In the heart of Victorian London, where the towering spires of Big Ben chimed the passing hours, there lived a clockmaker. His name was Thomas, a craftsman who had dedicated his life to the meticulous art of creating timepieces. Now, Thomas's shop wasn't one of those grand establishments frequented by the wealthy elite, but a humble abode tucked away in a labyrinth of fog-laden streets. The air in London was thick with the scent of coal smoke and the ceaseless rumble of industry. For this was a city in the throes of the Industrial Revolution, where the old gave way to the new, where horse-drawn carriages shared the road with the first. Rudimentary automobiles, and where the clatter of typewriters was a new sound in the symphony of urban life. His shop window, framed by the grime of the city, displayed an array of clocks frozen in their silent ticking. Some were ornate, their faces adorned with Roman numerals and hands that seemed to dance gracefully around them. Others were more utilitarian, their ticking a steady metronome marking the passage of time for those who valued practicality over aesthetics. But it was inside Thomas's workshop that the true magic happened. Here, amidst the clutter of tools and half-finished projects, the air thick with the aroma of oil and aged wood, he coaxed time into existence. Thomas's hands, gnarled and strong like the branches of an old oak tree, moved with a precision born of years of practice. His eyes, sharp and keen despite the encroaching grayness of age, could discern the smallest flaw in a gear or the faintest tremor in a balance wheel. He was a man deeply attuned to the language of clocks, able to read their rhythms and harmonies, to soothe their ailments and to restore their youthful chimes. Every tick and talk was a note in the grand symphony of horology that played out in his workshop, a melody that had lulled him into a trance-like state of focus and contentment. As the day waned, the workshop would fill with the soft glow of candlelight, later replaced by the warm hues of gaslight as dusk surrendered to night. The rhythmic clink of his hammer on steel echoed softly in the still air, punctuated by the occasional hiss of escaping steam. It was a solitary existence, yet not a lonely one. For Thomas found solace and companionship in the intricate mechanisms he brought to life. In the worry of the wheels, he heard a chorus of voices, each telling tales of bygone eras, of lives lived and moments cherished. And in the steady sweep of the second's hand, he saw a reflection of his own existence, a life marked by the relentless march of time. One evening, as the gaslights flickered and cast long shadows across his workbench, a customer entered his shop. Her name was Elizabeth, a young woman who had inherited her late father's pocket watch. Like many of Thomas's customers, she had little understanding of the inner workings of the timepiece, but knew it was a treasured heirloom. She sat down opposite Thomas, placing the watch on the counter between them. It was an ornately designed piece, its case engraved with delicate floral patterns, a stark contrast to the rough texture of the workbench. "It stopped working," she said, her voice soft and tinged with sadness. "I thought you might be able to fix it." Thomas took the watch from her, turning it over in his hands, as if feeling its weight might reveal its secrets. He looked up at Elizabeth, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he smiled. "Every clock has a story, miss," he said, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "And every repair, a history. Let us see what tale this one has to tell." With these words, he began his examination, his fingers moving with a delicacy that belied their strength as he probed the watch's innards. Elizabeth watched him, fascinated by the intense focus etched on his face. By the way, his hands seemed to dance over the watch as if coaxing it back to life. Meanwhile, as Thomas delved deeper into the heart of the timepiece, he felt a sense of connection that transcended the physical. He wasn't merely repairing a broken object, but tending to a fragment of someone's past, keeping alive a piece of their history. In doing so, he was becoming a custodian of memories, ensuring that the stories embedded in these old machines would be lost to the relentless march of time. Now, whilst Thomas worked, let us step outside his workshop and wander the fog-laden streets of Victorian London. Imagine the biting wind whipping across your face as you navigate the labyrinthine alleys, the air thick with the scent of coal smoke and the murmur of countless voices. Street lamps cast a dim glow on the swirling mist, creating an eerie, almost magical atmosphere. You find yourself in the bustling heart of London's commercial district, where towering warehouses stand shoulder to shoulder with newly erected office blocks. The air thrums with energy, a cacophony of sounds from the clip-clop of horse-drawn carts to the chugging of steam engines. all competing for dominance. The rumble of traffic mingles with the shouts of street vendors and the murmur of thousands of workers making their way home after a day's labor. Here in the heart of London, the pulse of the Industrial Revolution beats strongest, where innovation and tradition collide, where the clatter of progress mingles with the echoes of the past. Amidst this urban evolution, a network of change is silently taking shape beneath the city streets. The very foundations of London are being reshaped with the construction of an engineering marvel. Intricate system of tunnels and railways that will soon form the city's first purpose-built shopping street. Beneath the bustling thoroughfares, the air is thick with dust and the clang of steel on steel as hundreds of workers toil tirelessly to carve out this subterranean labyrinth. But above ground, the city shows no signs of slowing down. In the grand halls of the British Museum, the Elgin marbles stand proudly on display, a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Greece. Meanwhile, on the literary stage, Charles Dickens weaves his tales of social commentary and human resilience, captivating audiences with stories that expose the harsh realities of life in Victorian London. The vibrant hues of a new art form, color photography, begin to captivate the public imagination, offering a glimpse into a world where images come to life through the magic of chemistry. And now, as the sun begins its descent, casting long shadows across the city, you find yourself drawn to the majestic tower of the London Bridge. From this vantage point, you can witness the ebb and flow of life along the River Thames, watching as barges laden with goods make their way upstream, their silhouettes stark against the fiery hues of the setting sun. It's here beside the river that you chance upon a small, unassuming bookshop tucked away on a quiet side street. Stepping inside, you find yourself in a realm of flickering lamplight and the intoxicating aroma of old paper and leather. The shelves are laden with countless volumes, each holding the promise of adventure, knowledge, or escape. Among these literary treasures, you discover the works of William Makepeace Thackeray, whose sharp wit and incisive social commentary offer a mirror to the complexities of Victorian society. As you continue your exploration of this enchanting bookshop, you stumble upon the captivating tales of Anthony Trollope, where the intricacies of human relationships and the pursuit of societal advancement take center stage. The cozy confines of the bookshop envelop you, offering a sanctuary from the bustling city, a place where the whispers of countless stories invite you to lose yourself in the magic of literature. And finally, as the evening deepens, you find yourself transported to the luxurious confines of the Savoy Hotel, a beacon of elegance and refinement in the heart of London. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of fresh flowers and polished wood, while the murmur of polite conversation mingles with the gentle strains of a grand piano. You're surrounded by the Daylaw of London society, men in their finest suits and women adorned in exquisite gowns, all gathered here to indulge in the finer things in life. The opulence of the Savoy envelops you, offering a glimpse into a world where luxury knows no bounds, and where the rhythm of life is set to the tune of elegance and sophistication. And so our journey through the heart of Victorian London draws to a close, leaving us with a tapestry of memories woven from the threads of industry, innovation, literature, and luxury. As the final notes of our narrative fade away, we're left with a profound sense of the era's enduring legacy, a testament to the relentless spirit of human endeavor and the timeless allure of London's captivating history. You pull on your hat, a heavy woolen thing with flaps that button at the neck to keep out the worst of the cold. Outside, the air bites at your lungs. Even through your scarf, the smell of coal smoke clings to you, a gritty residue that settles deep inside. Still, it's a good smell in a way. It means you're alive and working. Better than the sickly sweet stench of the mortuary, which lingers for weeks afterwards. You push open the door to your shop and climb down the rickety ladder to the floor below. As the door swings shut, the faint glow of gaslight spills onto the workbench, illuminating a world of intricate machinery. Before you is a battlefield of gears, springs, and pendulums, each with their own story of damage and neglect. And scattered among them are the ghosts of clocks past, patiently waiting for you to breathe life back into them. One is an old carriage clock, its gilded case tarnished by the passage of time, a relic from a bygone era when it would have been prized by a wealthy traveler. Another is an elaborate French mantelpiece clock, its enamel dial chipped and faded, a silent sentinel frozen at a moment in the late afternoon. Then there's a battered blacksmith's clock, its iron face bearing the scars of countless hammer blows, a testament to a forgotten trade. These are just a few of the many clocks that fill your small shop, some in pieces, others awaiting their turn for restoration, and all of them demanding your attention. Some need nothing more than a simple cleaning and a new set of hands. Others require extensive repairs to their internal mechanisms. Each one is unique, possessing its own set of challenges and intricacies, and each one tells a silent story of lives lived and moments captured in time. The most urgent among them is a regulator clock, its brass pendulum swinging slowly in the dim light, keeping time in a world that's almost forgotten the meaning of slow. Its long, slender case is crafted from mahogany, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that speak of a craftsmanship long gone. This clock is not merely a timekeeper, but an heirloom, a piece of history passed down through generations. Its large silvered dial displays the hours in Roman numerals around the perimeter, while the seconds tick by relentlessly in the center, a constant reminder of time's relentless passage. But the clock's most striking feature is its anchor escapement, a complex mechanism that regulates the flow of time. Visible on the backplate, this intricate device ensures that the clock ticks with precision and accuracy, a symphony of interlocking gears and levers that embodies the essence of your craft. As you approach the bench, you notice fine dust motes dancing in the weak gaslight, disturbed by the slight breeze that slinks through the gaps in the window frames. Your eyes, trained by years of close work, pick out the smallest details in the clock's weathered face. A tiny chip in the enamel near the 12, a slight discoloration in the brass pendulum, a barely perceptible wobble in the balance wheel. Each imperfection is a clue, a whisper of the clock's past, hinting at the events that have shaped it over the course of its long life. With practiced hands, you begin your examination. Running your fingers lightly over the clock's surface, feeling for any sign of damage or repair, your touch is gentle yet firm, a testament to the years of experience that have honed your skills. Then, with a jeweler's loupe in place, you peer into the clock's open works, searching for the source of its maladies. Inside, the maze of gears and springs, pinions and plates come into view, a microcosm of the intricate mechanisms that drive our world. Each component is a vital piece in the grand puzzle of timekeeping, and together they form a harmonious whole. As you delve deeper into the clock's inner workings, you find signs of wear and tear, evidence of a life well lived. The escapement, once a pristine example of 19th century engineering, now shows signs of neglect and disrepair. The screws holding the anchor in place are loose, the escape wheel is slightly bent. The pendulum itself is covered in a thin layer of grime. But beneath these imperfections, you sense the clock's enduring spirit, its resilience in the face of time's relentless march. With a mix of reverence and determination, you begin your work. You tighten the screws, realign the escape wheel, and carefully clean the pendulum, breathing new life into this venerable timekeeper. As you work, you find yourself lost in the present moment, oblivious to the world outside your small shop. In this quiet sanctuary, you are surrounded by the ghosts of craftsmen past, their skilled hands guiding yours, their accumulated wisdom informing your every move. You are not just a clock repairer. You are a custodian of a dying art, a guardian of the intricate mechanisms that once drove the world. As the morning deepens, the gaslights throw long shadows across your workbench, and the rhythmic clang of your hammer echoes in the small room. With each strike, you bring the clock closer to its former glory, restoring not just its appearance, but its essence, its very soul. You work until your hands are aching and your eyes are blurred with fatigue, but you don't stop. There's a satisfaction in this kind of labor, a sense of accomplishment that comes from breathing new life into an old machine. As the sun begins its slow descent, casting long shadows across the cluttered workbench, you step back to admire your handiwork. The regulator clock stands proudly before you, its brass gleaming softly in the fading light. The anchor escapement, once a tangle of grime and disrepair, now ticks with renewed vigor, keeping perfect time. You run your fingers lightly over the clock's surface, feeling the smooth wood and polished brass beneath your touch. It's a comforting sensation, a connection to the past that only these ancient machines can provide. As the last rays of sunlight fade from the sky, you extinguish the gas lamps, plunging your workshop into darkness. The only sound now is the steady tick-tock of the clocks around you, each keeping its own silent vigil. With your work for the day complete, you lock up the shop and head out into the darkening streets. The fog has lifted, revealing a London cloaked in the soft hues of twilight. The gas lamps illuminate the way, casting long shadows that dance and sway in the gathering gloom. As you walk, you can't help but feel a sense of contentment. You may be weary from the day's labor, but you've added another masterpiece to your collection, another testament to the enduring legacy of craftsmanship. The cold seeps into your bones, a constant reminder of the harsh realities of life in 19th century London. Hunger gnaws at your stomach, but there's no time for rest or food. You have too many clocks to repair, too many lives to preserve in time. So you wrap your heavy coat tighter around your shoulders and plunge back into the labyrinth of gears, springs, and pendulums. And so your days are filled with the endless cycle of cleaning, repairing, and restoring. Each clock presents its own unique challenges, each one demanding your full attention and expertise. You work tirelessly, oblivious to the passage of time, lost in the intricate world of clockmaking. With each passing day, the workshop fills with the soft chime of restored clocks, their melodies blending into a haunting symphony of ticking and chiming. The rhythmic clanking of your hammer echoes in the small room, a testament to your dedication and skill. Your tools become extensions of your hands, dancing across the workbench with a precision and grace that only comes with years of practice. You lose yourself in the work, finding solace in the intricate details of each clock. The smooth curves of an enamel dial, the delicate balance wheel, the rhythmic pulse of an anchor escapement. Each element is a masterpiece in its own right, a testament to the ingenuity of the clockmakers who came before you. But it's not just about the mechanics. There's a poetry to clockmaking that resonates deep within you. In the silence of your workshop, you learn to listen to the whispers of time, the subtle ticking and talking that reveals the soul of each clock. You become a storyteller, weaving tales of lives lived and moments captured in time. With each passing year, your reputation grows. People from all over London come to you seeking your expertise, bringing their cherished timepieces to be repaired or restored. You become a link in the chain of their family's history, preserving heirlooms that have witnessed generations pass. The weight of this responsibility doesn't diminish you. In fact, it inspires you to strive for excellence, to ensure that each clock leaves your workshop better than it was before. For you, it's not just a job, it's a calling. And as the years turn into decades, you know you've found your place in the world. The rhythmic tick-tock of your workshop becomes the soundtrack to your life, a constant reminder that you are a keeper of time, a guardian of memories, and a master of your craft. You adjust your spectacles, push back your sleeve, and run a rag along the front of the escapement, ensuring every burr and speck of dust is banished. You don't need the clock's owner to tell you how important this piece is to him. In his eyes, it's already priceless. But you know that what he really means is that the clock's sentimental value has grown with each passing year, since it first caught his father's eye, when the boy was just a lad himself. Back then, the clock's chime would have carried up the stairs and into his nursery, a comforting sound that signaled the passage of time and the love of family. Now, decades later, its restoration is a chance to reclaim those memories. A way to hear the echo of his father's footsteps in the chime of a clock once again. You don't fix things because they're broken. You fix things so they can keep doing the thing that makes them special. It's late afternoon now, and the light outside is softer, casting long shadows across your workshop. From your window, you can see the busy streets of London and the people rushing about their lives. All unaware of the intricate world you inhabit here in your quiet shop. Outside, the tempo of the city is quickening, but in here, time slows. Today's work is done. The escapement is finished, and the clock is ready to be returned to its owner. As you wipe down your hands with a linen cloth, a sense of satisfaction settles over you. This is more than a job. It's a dedication to an almost forgotten art form. Clockmaking isn't just about fixing machines, it's about preserving history. Feeling the pulse of the past in your fingertips and hearing its echoes in your ears. Your mind drifts to the countless clocks you've worked on over the years, each one a portal to a different era. There are clocks that belong to grandfathers, ticking away the years in some dusty corner of a house, only to be rediscovered when the attic was cleared after an inheritance. And there are clocks that witnessed pivotal moments in history, their chimes providing a soundtrack to momentous occasions, births, deaths, marriages, Christmas mornings. When you restore these clocks, you're not just fixing them, you're giving voice to the stories they hold within their gears and springs. The quiet tick-tock becomes a conversation across time, a dialogue between the past and the present. And in that dialogue, you play the role of a translator, converting the whispers of old machines into the language of the living. With the clock packed away, you start to tidy your bench. Each movement deliberate, each action purposeful. The oil lamp flickers, casting dancing shadows on the wall. In this intimate space filled with the scent of sawdust and oil, you find solace and satisfaction. The world outside may be clamoring for your attention, but here, amidst the symphony of ticking clocks, you found your sanctuary. As darkness falls, you extinguish the lamps, one by one, plunging your workshop into blackness. Outside, the sounds of London intensify, a lullaby to the weary. The rhythmic rumble of carriages on cobblestone streets, the murmur of voices, laughter echoing from a nearby tavern. Even the distant cries of street vendors seem to harmonize with the chorus of clocks. You pull your coat tighter around you, a comforting ritual against the evening chill. With a final glance at your domain, ensuring everything is shipshape for the morrow, you lock up, leaving the ghosts of ticking pendulums to keep you company in the night. Now, a sudden gust of wind rattles the window panes, and the rhythmic dripping from the leaky faucet seems to grow louder in the stillness. The faint glow of gaslights filters through the grime of the window, painting stripes across the workbench. You move about your workspace with a practiced ease, your movements economical, each gesture precise. Despite the cramped quarters, you've made this space your own, maximizing every inch for function and comfort. Above your head, a pulley system hangs from the rafters, allowing you to hoist heavy weights with ease. Beside it, shelves laden with tools and spare parts line the walls, their contents meticulously organized, a testament to your years of experience. A half-finished watch rests on the bench, its delicate components laid out in precise rows. Springs are stored in labeled boxes, each type neatly categorized, while a selection of oils and cleaning cloths are always at the ready. Nothing disrupts the order of your space. For in this realm of tiny mechanisms and precise movements, chaos is the enemy of progress. In this intimate space, you converse with the spirits of long-departed craftsmen, their wisdom guiding your hands, their legacy fueling your passion. In the heart of London's bustling chaos, your workshop is a sanctuary, a refuge where time slows and precision reigns. As the daylight wanes, you light your lamps, casting a warm glow that illuminates not just your workspace, but the essence of a life devoted to a vanishing art. You, the clockmaker, stand at the center of this timeless world. Your silhouette framed by the flickering light, a guardian of time's fleeting whispers, a weaver of intricate destinies. You breathe in the aroma of oil and metal, each breath a meditation on the rhythm of gears and pendulums. Your fingers, calloused and sure, dance across the surfaces of antique timepieces, coaxing them back to life. You are the conductor of a symphony of springs, the composer of harmonies in brass and steel. Your loop, an ancient ally, becomes a window to infinitesimal worlds where each tooth of a gear, each curve of a spring holds secrets whispered across the ages. Time is your canvas, stretched taut and endless, on which you paint the masterpiece of precision and beauty. You sculpt time into art, shaping its passage with unwavering focus and gentle touch. In the hushed chamber of your workshop, where dust motes waltz in golden shafts of light, you mend not just clocks, but memories. Stitch together moments frozen in the amber of brass and wood, restoring heirlooms to their former glory, ensuring that their timeless melodies continue to resonate through the corridors of time. As a child, you always knew what you wanted to be when you grew up: a clockmaker. From the age of 5, when your father first handed you a watch to wind, to the age of 12 when you made your first clock from scavenged parts, you were determined to master the ancient art of keeping time. Then life happened. There were years when you didn't so much as lay eyes on a lathe or a file. But now you're back in Clockenwell, London, in 1862. Ready to start your own shop? and make a name for yourself? Your father's old friend, Mr. Finch, offered you his late father's shop at a bargain rate, and you spent the last month cleaning up, organizing, and preparing it to receive customers. You stocked it with a variety of common clock parts, brass, copper, and iron, along with a selection of lathes, vices, hammers, chisels, and files. In one corner sits an old pot-bellied stove, its paint chipped and worn, but capable of heating your small shop on the coldest winter days. Next to it, a well-seasoned oak workbench, scarred and creased from years of use, but solid as the day it was made. And opposite the stove, a large window overlooking a cobbled street. Beyond it, you can just make out the spires of St. Paul's Cathedral, barely visible through the morning fog. You're ready? All you need now is customers. The morning fog is thick, so thick in fact that you can barely see your workbench until you light your oil lamp. The flame is small, but the light is surprisingly bright, illuminating the gears and springs spread out before you. You look up at the window. The early morning light isn't strong enough to do much more than add shadows to your workspace, so you turn back to your bench and reach for a piece of iron. But this calm comes with a cost. The eye strain begins almost immediately, and the lamplight, while bright enough for general work, creates harsh shadows and forces you to crane your neck at uncomfortable angles to see the smallest details. By mid-morning, your right eye, the one constantly pressed against the loop, will begin to water. By evening, you'll have a persistent headache that feels like a tight band wrapped around your skull. The cold, too, is a constant companion. Your workshop has a small coal fire, but fuel is expensive, and you can't afford to keep it burning at full heat all day. Instead, you've learned to work with stiff fingers, occasionally pausing to blow on your hands or hold them near the lamp's flame for a few moments of warmth. The cold makes everything more difficult. Springs become brittle, metal contracts, and your fingers lose the sensitivity you need for the most delicate adjustments. As the morning progresses and the weak winter sun begins to filter through the fog outside your window, you hear the sounds of Clockenwell coming to life around you. The clip-clop of horses pulling carts over cobblestones, the calls of street vendors, beginning their daily rounds, and the particular sounds of your trade neighborhood. The tap-tap-tap of other clockmakers at their benches. The occasional ding of a bell being tested, and the rhythmic filing that seems to echo from workshop to workshop down the street. You've tried to ignore it. But there are limits to how many clocks you can repair, or how many pocket watches you can service in a given day. If you want to succeed, you'll need new work. And the best way to get that is a steady stream of customers. You wipe the oily rag on your apron and set about opening up shop. First, you fill your small cast iron kettle, place it on the stove, and build a small fire to get it boiling. While it heats, you wipe down the workbench and straighten the tools laid out beside it. Then you pull down a shutter and let out a sigh. It's going to be a long day. The first customer is a local builder who brings in a grandfather clock for a tune-up. He tells you about his plans to expand his business and asks you to come look at a house he's building that needs a large clock in the lobby. It's a chance to make a good impression, and you tell him you'll stop by in the next few days. A steady stream of customers keeps you busy for the rest of the week. A woman who needs a watch repaired so her husband won't unscold her for being late to church. A gentleman who wants a pocket watch engraved. A young girl who lost the winding key for her music box. Each customer presents a different challenge and an opportunity to earn a few shillings and build your reputation. Some come with interesting requests. Can you adjust this pocket watch to run faster, so I'll wake up in time for my business meeting? Or how about making a small clock to fit inside a desk? Or even creating a musical clock that chimes every hour? At first, these requests seem far-fetched, but you listen carefully, ask questions, and work out solutions. Then one afternoon, a new customer enters your shop. He's well-dressed, carries himself with an air of importance, and looks around your workshop with barely concealed disdain. You sense that he expects you to do something special, but what? Doesn't even have a clock with him. He leans forward and explains that he saw your ad in the newspaper about engraving pocket watches and wants you to make a small batch for him. Describes what he wants, 50 watches, each with a different coat of arms, all to be completed in 2 months. He lays out a design template and points out the fine details that must be reproduced on each watch. This is an important order, but how can you ensure the engraving is perfect? You need a way to accurately position each piece and letter. You consider using a pantograph, but there are drawbacks. It might be fast, but it lacks precision. You also think about using stencils, but they wouldn't allow for the level of detail required for this project. Then inspiration hits. You've seen clock engravers use templates with pins that go through pre-drilled holes to keep them in place. What if you made a jig with slots that accept a series of interchangeable pins that could then be locked in place? With a jig, you could easily align each letter and symbol onto your workpiece. This would save you valuable setup time and reduce the chances of errors. Plus, it would be reusable, allowing you to quickly switch between different designs. This could make the whole process much faster and more efficient. All you needed was some scrap wood, some metal pins, and a few hours of your time. With the jig in place, you could focus on the finer details, ensuring each engraving was perfect. After all, this client's reputation and your own were at stake. With a jig completed, you approach the client with your first finished watch. He takes it, examines it closely, then places it back on the table. "You did it," he says with a hint of surprise in his voice. "Very well. Now let's see the rest." Over the next few weeks, you complete the remaining watches, each one more intricate and detailed than the last. Every morning you arrive at the workshop before sunrise and work until the street lamps illuminate your workspace once again. The quiet solitude of the workshop provides you with the perfect environment to concentrate on your craft. Time seems to stand still as you meticulously engrave each piece, ensuring that every line is straight and every curve is smooth. You find a rhythm in the repetitive motions of your hand as you move the engraving tool across the surface of the metal. Each stroke is a dance, a conversation between your hand and the tool, and the metal itself seems to yield to your touch. The soft glow of the oil lamp bathes your workspace in a warm light, casting dancing shadows on the walls as you work. The rhythmic clink of the tool echoes in the stillness, a constant reminder of the hours you're investing in this craft. You take pride in your work, finding beauty in the intricate details that most people would overlook. With each completed watch, you feel a sense of satisfaction knowing that you're creating pieces that will be treasured for generations. But the quiet also comes with a price. The solitude can be overwhelming at times, and you find yourself yearning for human interaction, for a friendly face or a listening ear. Still, you push on, driven by your passion for clockmaking and the need to earn a living. You pour all your energy into your work, finding solace in the repetitive motions and the tangible results that appear with each passing hour. Then one morning, the familiar routine is broken. A new customer enters your shop, interrupting your concentration and bringing with him the promise of change. Excited chatter fills the small space as you discuss new ideas and potential solutions. He looks around with interest, asking questions about your tools and techniques. You take pride in your work and enjoy sharing your knowledge. Before he leaves, he mentions the possibility of collaborating on a unique project, leaving you with a sense of anticipation for the future. And as you return to your work, you know that this encounter has sparked a new chapter in your journey as a clockmaker. Clockmaker is one of those jobs that gets passed down from father to son, a trade whose secrets are held not just in manuals but in the worn muscles of the hands, the achingly familiar ache of bent elbows and ink-stained fingers. You were 14 the first time your father let you hold a customer-s pocket watch in your palm. The intricate workings spread out like a map of a foreign country, and you've been reading that map ever since. Every line etched into every gear wheel, every scratch and dent on each pivot, tells a story of a life lived. Each clock is a biography written in the language of mechanics. If only they could speak, the stories they would tell. You run your own shop now, tucked away on a quiet side street. Its windows fogged with age, and its bell jar filled with the ghosts of pendulums past. Through the morning rush, customers come and go, dropping off watches and clocks in need of repair, an enamel dial, a tarnished silver case, a key that winds nothing, a pendulum that swings too slow. The morning stretches before you, full of possibilities, and you welcome each problem as a new puzzle to solve. First things first, though, you need coffee. As the kettle boils, you take stock of your supplies. Mainspring, balance spring, escapement, train, fusee, winding, arbor, dial, hand. You run through the list in your head, then reach out to check your stock of spare parts. Each box is labeled clearly enough, but you know what's inside without needing to read the writing. Hands, seconds, minutes, hours, dials, plain, fancy, and broken, and pendulums. Thousands of pendulums, each different, yet somehow all the same. A glance at the clock on the wall tells you it's time to start. You pull on your sleeve, revealing a forearm covered with ink stains and small, thin scars, each a reminder of some long-ago mishap with a spring or a gear. You push back your cufflinks, revealing more scars and a flash of silver. Beneath your shirt is a waistcoat, cut low and wide to allow easy movement. No pockets, of course. Pockets are the enemy, always threatening to snag on something, sending a screw or a spring flying. Always keep your tools in their proper place. Your apron hangs ready beside your workbench, along with the rest of your tools. A set of screwdrivers, a few files, a burnisher, a drift, a range of spanners, tweezers, a small hammer, some spare screws, and a range of other tools that are forever slipping from greasy fingers and disappearing. You wash your hands in cold water and dry them thoroughly. A clean start is important, as is knowing exactly what you're dealing with before you begin. As each customer leaves, you examine their possessions, turning them over and over in your hands until you can feel their essence, until you can hear the music they hold inside. A grandfather clock, tall and stately, its mahogany case gleaming. Carriage clock, smaller, its gilt bronze frame intricately chased. A pocket watch, its steel casing worn smooth by years of use. You listen to their ticks and talks, their rhythms and cadences. Then you open them up and spread their innards on your bench, revealing the delicate machinery within. But perhaps most importantly, you need to develop an almost supernatural sensitivity to sound. Each clock has its own voice, its own rhythm, its own way of telling you when something is wrong. A slight irregularity in the tick might indicate a worn bushing. A barely perceptible change in tone might signal that a spring is losing tension. A skip in the rhythm so brief that most people wouldn't notice it could mean that a gear tooth is damaged or that the escapement needs adjustment. Your eyes are drawn to the first clock, an antique long case clock that's been in the same family for generations. Its brass face is tarnished and scratched, its wooden case worn smooth by countless hands. This is an heirloom, something that's been passed down from parents to children, a silent witness to family gatherings and quiet moments alike. You wind it up, and its pendulum swings into motion, a steady beat that echoes the passage of time itself. The next is a carriage clock, its silver case gleaming, a symbol of wealth and status in days gone by. These clocks were prized possessions carried in carriages displayed on mantelpieces. They were status symbols, but also works of art. You open it up and find a beautifully engraved movement, testament to the skill and artistry of its maker. You can almost hear the clip-clop of horses' hooves as you wind it up and listen to its rhythmic tick-tock. And then there's the pocket watch, a simple, unassuming object that holds a lifetime of memories. These watches were once prized possessions, carried in the pockets of gentlemen, their ticking a constant companion. Now they're relics of a bygone era, but no less important for that. You wind it up and its pendulum swings, a steady beat that echoes the passage of time itself. Time for you doesn't flow in the normal way. Minutes can stretch into what feels like hours as you struggle with a particularly difficult repair. While hours can pass in what seems like moments when everything is going well, at times, your concentration is absolute. Nothing else exists but the clock on your bench, its gears and springs and pendulums. The rest of the world fades away, leaving you alone in your little workshop, surrounded by the ghosts of timekeepers past. When you're in this state of utter concentration, the sounds of London filter through your awareness. You become attuned to the subtlest of noises, the squeak of a mouse in the wall, the distant rumble of carts on the cobblestones, the soft thud of a coal dropping into a furnace. Even the whispers of customers passing by on the street below can't disturb you. You're in your own little world, a world of springs and pendulums, of gears and pinions, of seconds, minutes, and hours. It's a world where time stands still, where it's always just before the next tick, just before the next talk. And in that space between, you find your peace. The rhythm of the city gradually fades into the background, replaced by the metronome-like ticking of the clocks on your benches. Your movements become slow and deliberate, your touch feather-light as you work. The sweat starts to bead on your forehead and trickle down your temple. You wipe it away with the back of your hand, smearing grease and grime across your skin. Doesn't matter. Here, in this place, there's no one else who sees you. You are invisible, unnoticed, alone in your little world of ticking clocks. The morning wears on. One clock at a time, you bring each one back to life. You fit new springs, replace worn-out pivots, adjust the timing, regulate the escapement. With each click of a screwdriver, each turn of a spanner, you bring them closer to perfection, closer to the ideal. For a clockmaker, perfection is an ideal, something to strive for, never quite attainable, always just beyond reach. But that's what makes it so satisfying, so rewarding. The pursuit of perfection, the never-ending quest to make time stand still. As the shadows lengthen in the afternoon, you finish the last clock of the day. A grandfather clock, its brass face gleaming, its wooden case polished to a mirror shine. It was love at first sight when you saw it in the shop window. It's not just any old clock. You tell yourself, even though you don't know why you say it, you feel it in your bones. This clock is special. Can't put your finger on it, but there's something about the way it looks, the way it sounds, that speaks to you on a deeper level. It's not just a clock. It's a piece of history, a relic from another time. And you can't help but feel a sense of responsibility, a sense of reverence for the clock. It's not just a thing, it's a story, a biography written in the language of mechanics. And you're the one who's been tasked with keeping that story alive. This is your life now. You're a keeper of time, a guardian of memories. And with each passing day, you become more and more attuned to the music of clocks, the song of springs, the whisper of pendulums. You can hear them all, the clocks in your shop, the clocks in the houses around you, the clocks that mark the rhythm of the city. And you know that as long as you can hear their music, you'll be able to keep time forever. You aren't just repairing clocks. For some people, they become an obsession, a lifestyle, or even an addiction. Let us take a journey into the world of professional clock repair and find out what it takes to be one of these rare craftspeople. And it starts with the mundane. Your lunch is taken at your workbench. Another simple meal of bread and perhaps a bit of cold meat washed down with more tea. You've learned to eat without looking away from your work, one hand holding a piece of bread, while the other continues to make delicate adjustments to the clock mechanism. This isn't just efficiency, it's necessity. The winter days are short, and every hour of decent light is precious. The afternoon brings its own challenges. Your eyes, already strained from hours of close work, begin to rebel against the constant focus required. You find yourself blinking more frequently, pausing to rub your temples, and occasionally having to set down your tools to rest your vision. The headache that started as a small pressure behind your eyes is now a constant companion, made worse by the poor air quality and the stress of trying to complete delicate work in less than ideal conditions. But as an apprentice, you push on. Each clock you dismantle, clean and reassemble is a step towards mastery. Under the watchful eye of your master, you learn the secrets of horology. Time, that relentless force, is brought under your control as you learn to read its measured heartbeat in the ticking of a balance wheel, the oscillation of a pendulum, or the rhythmic winding of a mainspring. From simple farm clocks to intricate pocket watches, each timepiece is a new puzzle to solve. You learn to decipher the language of gears, springs, and escapements. Each component holds a clue to the clock's history, its personality, and its ailment. And with each passing year, you develop a sixth sense for diagnosing their problems. Just a slight variation in pitch can tell you if a pendulum is running too fast or too slow. A trained ear allows you to detect the subtle differences between a worn-out pinion and a stripped gear. Over time, you become attuned to the whispers of aging mechanisms. The slightest variation in pitch can tell you if a pendulum is running too fast or too slow. A trained ear allows you to detect the subtle differences between a worn-out pinion and a stripped gear. Over time, you become attuned to the whispers of aging mechanisms, the creaks and groans that reveal the stories of countless yesteryears. You learn to see beyond the grime and rust, to peer into the very soul of these time machines. With calloused hands and a keen eye, you bring them back to life. Cleaning a clock is more than just wiping off the dust. It's about understanding the intricacies of each movement. Remove dials and hands, then pry off the case to reveal the intricate network of gears and springs. Using a variety of specialized tools, you disassemble the clock, carefully labeling each part so you don't forget where they go. Thank God. Then comes the painstaking process of cleaning each component. Delicate parts are bathed in a cleaning solution, while others are scrubbed with brushes. Once thoroughly cleaned, the parts are dried, oiled, and ready for reassembly. Patience and attention to detail are crucial during this stage. Reassembling a clock is like putting together a complex puzzle. Each gear must fit perfectly into place. Springs need to be wound correctly, and the pendulum must swing freely. It's a labor of love that requires not just technical skill, but also an appreciation for the artistry of horology. As you progress from apprentice to journeyman, then to master clock repairer, your skills grow sharper, your knowledge deeper. You might have your own workshop filled with the tools of your trade, your ears attuned to the music of ticking pendulums, and your hands steady and sure. You become a sought-after expert, called upon to restore not just clocks, but heirlooms and pieces of history. In a world that seems to be moving faster than ever before, you are the keeper of time's gentler rhythm. The value of your work extends far beyond the monetary. You are preserving a tangible link to the past, keeping alive traditions that might otherwise be lost. Your work is a quiet rebellion against the disposability of modern goods. When you bring a vintage clock back to life, you're not just fixing a machine, you're breathing new life into a piece of history. In a world that often celebrates the new, you find beauty in the well-worn. The slightly faded paint on an antique dial, or the patina of age on a brass pendulum. You're a storyteller without words, deciphering the narratives embedded in each tick-tock. The rhythm of your life becomes intertwined with the rhythm of the clocks you repair. Your days are punctuated by their steady beat, a constant reminder of the passage of time. In the quiet of your workshop, surrounded by the ghosts of timekeepers past, you find solace and satisfaction. The gentle ticking is a lullaby that soothes your mind, a melody that resonates with the steady beat of your own heart. For some, being a clock repairer is more than a job. It becomes an obsession, a lifestyle, or even an addiction. These individuals are driven by an insatiable curiosity about how things work and a desire to keep the past alive. They collect vintage clocks not just for their aesthetic appeal, but because each one holds a unique puzzle waiting to be solved. For them, a broken clock is not just a collection of gears and springs. It's a challenge, an opportunity to exercise their finely tuned problem-solving skills. The hunt for rare and unusual clocks becomes a hobby in itself. They travel to antique shops, flea markets, and estate sales, always on the lookout for the next intriguing timepiece to add to their collection. Their homes often double as museums, displaying their treasures on shelves and clock towers. The soft ticking is a constant background noise, a gentle reminder of the passion that drives them. For these clock enthusiasts, tinkering isn't just a pastime, it's a way of life. They lose themselves in the intricate world of gears, springs, and escapements, finding a level of satisfaction that's hard to explain. When they hear the sweet sound of a fully restored clock, they know that all the effort was worth it. But clock repair is more than just a profession. It's a community bound by a shared love for an almost forgotten art. Clock repairers are often part of a close-knit network of enthusiasts who share their passion through local clubs and online forums. They exchange tips, tricks, and rare finds, creating a sense of camaraderie that transcends geographical boundaries. For many, the appeal of clock repair lies in its simplicity. In an increasingly complex world, tinkering with clocks provides a welcome distraction. The problems are contained, the solutions are often straightforward, and the end result is always rewarding. Of course, being a clock repairer is not without its challenges. The work is often solitary and the hours can be long. The physical demands can be taxing, and the responsibility of handling fragile antiques can be daunting. But for those who love it, these challenges are simply part of the charm. The world of clock repair is one that's steeped in tradition and rich in history. If you're drawn to the steady rhythm of ticking pendulums and the endless variety of timekeeping mechanisms, then a career as a clock repairer might just be the perfect fit for you. All you need is a willingness to learn, a passion for tinkering, and a good pair of hearing aids. After all, in the world of clock repair, it's not just about keeping time, it's about cherishing it. So why not take a break from the chaos of modern life and discover the soothing symphony of the past? Who knows? Might just find yourself falling in love with the gentle rhythm of a bygone era. Hello, friends. The day is done and dusk gathers on the gaslight. The depths of my London workshop, surrounded by the ghosts of those who came before, I tend to my tools. Each of them lovingly and patiently return to their places upon the pegboard, save only my hammer, which sits upon the bench beside me. I run it over the worn, smooth leather strop once more, enjoying the faint whisper of steel upon hide, a sound as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. Then, with a final tap of the handle, I swing it up and clip it to its hook, where it sings softly in the gathering dark. As the spring inside it slowly unwinds, around me, the other tools hang like the silent weapons of a retired warrior, each with its story, each a testament to time passing, just as the clocks on the walls tell their tales in measured ticks and tocks. I am alone in here, but I am not lonely. For here among the ghosts of those who came before, there is peace and there is purpose. And there is the comforting echo of a life well lived. I bank the fire in my small stove, saving the coals within for the morning's first light, and blow out the central lamp, letting the shadows grow longer and deeper. Around me, the lamps upon the shelves wink out one by one, and the glow that has been my companion throughout the day fades away until the whole workshop is wrapped in a velvet darkness that feels as comforting as a shroud. My eyes, accustomed to seeing the finest details in the faintest of lights, can see even in this gloom the shapes of the tools, the sheen of the oils, the glitter of the dust motes dancing in the fading embers. To some, this darkness may feel heavy, even oppressive, but to me, it is a solace, a chance to rest my eyes and let my mind wander through the day's events. What has been broken and made whole again? What wonders have come through my hands? What mysteries have I solved today? These are the questions that keep me company in the quiet hours before sleep, and they are enough. In the deep quiet, I hear the echoes of the day receding into the distance, the clip-clop of horses returning to their stables, the cries of the evening newspaper sellers, the rumble of carts and drays moving about their business, and ever present, the sound of the fountains at the British Museum, singing their ceaseless song of time slipping by, unstoppable and unending. But underneath it all, the truest music of the night, the soft, sweet song. Of all the clocks in London, the sound of countless springs and pendulums weaving their magic, keeping the world turning, keeping the darkness at bay, keeping the past, present, and future safely in their grasp. It is a song that speaks to my soul, a language that my bones understand, a rhythm that pulses through my veins, reminding me that I am not truly alone, that the spirits of those who came before live on in every tick-tock, and that the legacy of horology, the science of timekeeping, is in my blood and in my bones. I too am a clock after all, and my gears turn tirelessly, keeping the appointed hours of my own life. I pull on my dressing gown and slippers, cast off the grime and sweat of the day, and wash my face and hands until they are almost as clean as when I was apprenticed to the trade. I pull on a fresh shirt, comb my hair back from my forehead, and with my pockets full of shavings and small tools, climb the narrow stairs to my room above the shop. A single bare bulb hangs from the ceiling, throwing pools of light and shadow about the Spartan chamber as I make my way to the window to open it and let in the night air. London is wreathed in fog tonight, and I can feel the dampness on my skin like a shroud as I look out onto the street below. I can just make out the lanterns swaying from the lampposts, the dim glow of the shops, the restless movement of people going about their business. Even from this height, the city never ceases to amaze me. The endless river of humanity, the ceaseless flow of traffic, the glow of gaslight against the deepening blue of twilight. It is a spectacle that never grows old. I hear the distant call of a policeman, the rumble of a passing omnibus, the shout of a street vendor. But above it all, the song of the city, the murmur of voices, the clatter of wheels, the gentle sigh of the wind as it weaves its way through the narrow streets. Here in my room, the walls adorned with sketches and diagrams, the floor littered with tools and shavings, the shelves. Stacked with half-finished projects, I feel a sense of calm settle over me, a feeling of being exactly where I am meant to be. The sounds of London rise up to me like a great chorus, and in their midst, the sound of all the clocks in the city. Keeping their endless vigil, marking the passage of time, they are my companions in this quiet room, and I am content. My tools lay scattered on the workbench, a testament to the day's labors, silent audience to the stories that have unfolded here within these four walls. I move among them, a sense of familiarity guiding my steps, my fingers tracing the contours of each one as if they were old friends. There's my trusty hammer, its head worn smooth by countless taps, its handle scarred and polished by years of use. Then there's the vise, strong and steadfast, holding fast whatever I choose to clamp within its jaws. Nearby, the workbench, scarred and dented, bears witness to the weight of countless projects, each one a story waiting to be told. And above it all, the clock, its pendulum swinging, keeping time in the midst of the organized chaos of my workshop. But it's not just the tools that surround me. There are memories here too, the echoes of laughter and conversation, the scent of oil and metal, the taste of pipe tobacco lingering in the air. Here in my workshop, time seems to stand still. Outside, the world rushes by, but within these four walls, I am timeless. I am lost in the moment, absorbed in the task at hand. The whir of the lathe, the rasp of the file, the tap of the hammer, they are the only sounds that matter. Time is measured in seconds now. Minutes stretch into hours, and I don't notice. I am in my element here, surrounded by the ghosts of projects past, the unfinished business of yesteryears. And yet, as the day draws on, there is a sense of satisfaction that settles over me, a feeling of accomplishment that comes from taking something broken and making it whole again. With each tick of the clock, I am reminded of the passage of time, the fleeting nature of our existence. And it gives me a sense of urgency, a desire to make the most of every moment. I work late into the night, fueled by a combination of coffee and sheer determination. The glow of the oil lamp illuminates the space, casting long shadows that dance and flicker as the flame sputters. I am oblivious to everything but the task at hand. My hands move with practiced ease, guided by years of experience and an innate understanding of the mechanisms that drive the world around me. But as the night wears on, the silence of the workshop becomes a comforting presence. It's a silence that is not empty, but rather filled with the echoes of a century's worth of industry. I listen intently, trying to hear the whispers of the past, the murmurs of the workers who came before me. And in the stillness, I can almost hear them, their footsteps ringing out, their hammers tapping, their saws singing. Suddenly there's a loud bang from the street, startling me out of my reverie. I turn towards the noise, listening intently. A carriage rattles by, its horse's hooves pounding the cobblestones. I smile to myself, realizing that even here, in the depths of my workshop, I am not truly alone. The city is alive with sound, and I am a part of it, connected to the world around me by the invisible threads of time. For a brief moment, I am transported back in time, standing in the shadow of towering cathedrals and gaslit streets, watching the world go by. Then just as quickly I am back in the present, my attention returning to the task at hand. With a sigh, I turn back to my work, eager to lose myself once more in the quiet sanctuary of my workshop. And so the night wears on, filled with the rhythmic sounds of industry and the soft, steady ticking of the clocks. I work until my hands are stained with oil and grease, until my brow is damp with sweat, until my mind is sharp with focus. And as the first hint of dawn begins to peek through the cracks in the shutters, I stand back to admire my handiwork. Each piece of metal, each turn of the screw, each gear and spring is a testament to the ingenuity of the human spirit, a reminder of the beauty and complexity of the world around us. As the workshop fills with the soft glow of morning light, I take a moment to appreciate the peace and solitude of this place. Here in my sanctuary, I have made something beautiful and useful, and in doing so, I have touched a piece of eternity. For what is time but a series of moments, each one fleeting and precious, each one an opportunity to create, to innovate, to leave my mark on the world, and I have done just that. In this humble workshop, I have kept the clockwork world turning, and in doing so, I have found my place in it. The year is 1824, and young Charles Dickens, all of 11 years old, sits hunched over a desk in a dark and dank room above a shoe shop. It's here in this cramped space that his father, John, works as a poor clerk for the insolvent debtors' court. A place where people go when they can no longer pay their debts and are declared bankrupt, though not yet knowing it. This will be the first of many such rooms that Charles calls home. You see, his father's job pays very little, and with 6 children in the family, money is always tight. At times, it's so bad that his father is sent to Marshalsea, London's infamous debtor's prison. And for a brief time, young Charles joins him there, sleeping in the shadow of the gallows that hang over the yard. It's here in the depths of London's underbelly that Charles learns firsthand about the harsh realities of life for the working poor, an education that will serve him well later in life, when he creates some of literature's most unforgettable characters. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's return to the cramped room above the shoe shop. In this small space, amidst the smell of leather and polish, young Charles begins his working life at the age of 10, tasked with cleaning shoes and making simple repairs. This is a far cry from the world of literature that he'll eventually inhabit, but it's a necessary start. When his father is sent to prison, however, things take a turn for the worse. No longer able to support the family, John Dickens is forced to send his 2 eldest sons, Frederick and Charles, to work in factories to earn money. For Charles, this means long days spent winding cloth at a factory in the industrial district of Finsbury, an experience that will influence his portrayal of child labor in future books like Oliver Twist. By the age of 12, Charles is earning a meager wage of 7 shillings and 6 pence a week, a fraction of what other children of his social class might earn. Unable to read or write at this point, his evenings are spent studying by the dim glow of a candle, educating himself in the spare moments that he can find. It's during these years that his sharp mind and prodigious memory begin to emerge, allowing him to rise above his circumstances through sheer force of intellect. By the age of 16, he's earned the respect of his supervisors and is promoted to a higher position, marking an important step in his early life story. But despite the progress he makes, the conditions he works in leave an indelible mark on him, shaping his views on society and the rights of workers. His experiences during this time will become the foundation for some of his most powerful and enduring works, exposing the harsh realities of life in Victorian London and the plight of those trapped in its unforgiving social hierarchy. But as the years pass, his family's fortunes change, and young Charles finds himself with a new set of problems, this time of his own making. In his early 20s, he begins dating a woman named Catherine Hogarth. A whirlwind romance ensues, and soon they're married, starting a family that grows quickly to 8 children. With this new responsibility comes the need for a steady income. So Charles pursues a career in journalism, quickly rising through the ranks thanks to his natural talent and relentless work ethic. By the time he's 33, he's become the head reporter for a prestigious London newspaper, earning the respect and admiration of his colleagues. However, personal tragedy strikes when Catherine suffers a nervous breakdown, is unable to cope with the demands of her large family and the pressures of their middle-class lifestyle. Despite the strain on his finances, Charles places his wife in a private asylum, hoping that she'll recover in time. But his efforts prove futile, and after 4 years she dies, leaving Charles devastated and alone. With a mountain of debt and 8 children to care for, he must find a way to support his family and keep them out of the workhouse. In a desperate move, he decides to use his savings to publish his first book, The Pickwick Papers. It's a gamble that pays off, and the book becomes a sensation, launching Charles Dickens into literary fame almost overnight. But with newfound success comes the challenge of living up to readers' expectations. His next few books, Nicholas Nickleby, Oliver Twist, and A Christmas Carol, are equally successful, cementing his reputation as one of England's most beloved authors. Yet despite the adulation of his fans and the financial rewards of his writing, Charles Dickens remains deeply affected by his humble beginnings and the struggles of the working class. He continues to explore themes of poverty and social injustice in his books, all while amassing a fortune that allows him to indulge in the finer things in life. He buys a mansion, takes frequent vacations, and surrounds himself with luxury. Yet he never forgets the harsh realities of life faced by so many in Victorian London, a city that he knows intimately. After all, it was here in the fog-laden streets and shadowy alleys that he honed his observational skills. Learning to see the beauty in the everyday and the extraordinary in the ordinary. It's a skill that will serve him well throughout his life, allowing him to capture the essence of London and its people in his writing. And so, with his writing career at its peak and his financial security firmly established, Charles Dickens embarks on nightly strolls through London's winding streets. For him, these walks are more than just a way to clear his head or get some exercise. They're a chance to connect with the city in a way that few others do, to listen to the sounds and observe the details that make London come alive. The rhythmic clatter of horse-drawn carts, the murmur of voices in the shadows, the flicker of gaslight on a foggy night. These are the things that capture Dickens's attention and inspire his writing. For him, the city is not just a collection of buildings and streets, it's a living, breathing entity with a pulse, a rhythm, a story to tell. He becomes a kind of urban archaeologist, unearthing the hidden treasures of London's everyday life and bringing them to the attention of his readers. Through his writings, he introduces readers to characters and settings that are instantly recognizable, capturing the essence of London and its people with such accuracy that they feel like real individuals. His stories are filled with memorable characters, from street vendors to aristocrats, all brought to life with such vivid detail that they become part of the city's folklore. Dickens's love affair with London is evident in every page he writes, and his observations of the city's rhythms, sounds, and people become an integral part of his work. In fact, his writings have done so much to shape our perception of Victorian London that it's almost impossible to imagine the city without. The backdrop of Dickens's stories, its descriptions of the fog-filled streets, the bustling marketplaces, and the shadowy alleys have become synonymous with the city's history. Even today, visitors to London come armed with copies of his books, eager to follow in the footsteps of Oliver Twist or catch a glimpse of the world that inspired A Christmas Carol. So the next time you find yourself wandering through London's winding streets, take a moment to appreciate the legacy of Charles Dickens. Listen to the sounds of the city, the echoes of its past, and the rhythms that continue to shape it today. Who knows? You might just find that the city's true story is not written in stone, but in the everyday lives of its people. Like the hero of his famous novel, you might find that London is indeed your cup of tea. The time is coming now when we shall have conquered the last refractory places. We shall have done with the Arabs beyond the seas, with the Pasha of 1,001 nights who woe and let go of his power. We shall have conquered the Turk. And then we shall conquer time himself. What is this? This is England in 1897, the year Queen Victoria died, the year that England became modern, the year when the world began to change at a pace no one had ever known. How does it feel like to be alive during such a moment? Well, there's only one way to find out. Here goes nothing. It's dark still when you leave the house, but dawn isn't far off. The crisp air bites at your cheeks, and you pull your threadbare jacket tighter around you. You can see your breath in the cold, and you wonder if the factory will be warm. Today's your first day at work, and you don't know what to expect. All you know is that you must get to Hungerford Stairs for 6 a.m. And even now, before you've begun your labors, you already know that some invisible force is shaping you, bending you to its will, determining how your life will unfold. For even the very structure of the city itself seems designed to keep you in your place. You pass by streets too narrow for carriages, but just large enough for people to move through.
Oh, nice.
On these you'd be jostled and elbowed, called names, spat at, maybe even robbed. These streets are full of men, mostly men, bent double under baskets and boxes. Their heads bob like bobbers on a line, keeping pace with the cobbles beneath their feet. As you reach the main thoroughfares, though, the crowds thin. Now you hear more shouts and laughter, see more shops and businesses opening up for the day. Women shopping, children eating breakfast outside their homes. It's almost like another world, cleaner and gentler than the one you've left behind. You cross Westminster Bridge, the arches rising grandly above you and the great buildings of the Houses of Parliament looming into view. Even from this distance, you can see the clock tower that contains Big Ben, its bell tolling in the distance. You don't need to see the clock face to know the time. You feel it in your bones and the deep hollows of your belly. It's time to work. You find Hungerford Stairs easily enough, although the steep climb leaves you breathless and lightheaded. At the top, you pause, looking down at the water of the Thames. So wide here, it feels like a different body of water altogether. Down below, ships ply their trade, their masts like the rigging of some enormous ship of state. Above you, the river runs clean and clear, catching the light of day, sparkling and glistening. Here, beside the water, the city seems a quieter place, less hurried, less harsh, and you hesitate, wondering if you've come to the right place. Then you hear the rhythmic slap, slap, slap of leather on wood and turn back to find the source. A group of men slapping the hides that will become tomorrow's shoes. They look up as you approach, hard, weathered faces with knowing eyes. One of them gestures toward a warehouse at the end of the stairs, and you head that way, your steps suddenly lighter, your shoulders squared, a little firmer. This is the factory. Now, from the outside, it looks much like the other buildings you've passed today. A plain brick facade with a sign nailed to the wall, Warren's Blacking Factory. Still, something about the place makes you uneasy, as though the very walls themselves were leering down at you, judging you, waiting to see if you'll break. You push open the door, the heavy wood groaning in protest, and step inside. The air within is stagnant and thick, smelling faintly of stale waste and damp cloth. There's just enough room inside for rows upon rows of tables, each holding pots of boot polish and the tools needed to cover them. Light filters in through grime-coated windows, turning dust motes into tiny dancers, waltzing slowly in the still air. The sight of all those empty pots, all those bare labels, terrifies you. You realize you must fill every single one, and somehow, without anyone saying a word, you understand that if you fail to do so, someone else will, and they won't be gentle about it. The men and women here don't choose to work, they must. Poverty and the fear of a worse fate drive them to this place like flies to a spider-ass web. You see matted hair and dirt under fingernails, knobby knees and distended bellies. Most of the workers are too old for you to call them children, but most are too young to be considered adults. You catch snippets of conversations, talk of empty stomachs and winter fires, of rents due and children to be fed. You see tired eyes and vacant stares. You recognize that haunted look because you saw it once in the mirror. The foreman arrives and gathers everyone's attention with a loud bang of his stick. He's a big man with a red face and cruel eyes that seem to mock you. You meet his gaze for a moment, then quickly look away. Without warning, the clock strikes. In the distance, its bell toll reverberating in your chest, in your belly. The foreman raises his stick again. Time has started, and so begins your life in the factory. The rhythm of work gradually seeps into your bones, becomes the backdrop of your existence. Days bleed into weeks and months. You wake, eat whatever you can find, and walk to work, arriving just before the bell tolls, giving you exactly 60 minutes for your labors. You take your station at the table and dip your brush into the pot of blacking, coating the pots one after another until your hand cramps and your wrist aches. Once they're dry, you peel off the paper and tie a string around the top. It's all the while keeping time with the slap, slap, slap of the leather workers across the way. During your brief breaks, you stand by the window watching the city flow past, seeing the same things, the men, the shops, the children. But seeing them with new eyes, you begin to understand that these things are not real, not truly. Only the work is real. Everything else is a distraction, a trick played by the city by the time it imposes on you. If you allow yourself to think about anything else, the rhythm will falter, the clockwork will grind to a halt. So you watch the world go by, and you plan your escape. You dream of someday leaving, of going somewhere far away, where the time is measured not in the stamping of boots, but in the beating of your own heart. But for now, you are stuck in this place, stuck in the city of London, stuck in the time of factory bells and shift changes. For you are living on the edge of the blade of history, and soon the whole world will change. The pace will quicken, the rhythm will alter, old order will fall apart, and a new one will take its place. And you, if you survive, may be able to say that you were here at the beginning, that you heard the gears. Turning the wheels spinning as the world turned from old to new, from gentle to fast, from timeless to always in a hurry. You may be able to say that you were here when London was becoming modern, when England became a country of speed and progress, and the Industrial Revolution was changing everything. But right now, all you can do is cover pots of boot blacking. 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, for 6 shillings. Want to know more about the Industrial Revolution? Check out this playlist over here. And don't forget to subscribe for more historical tales next week. See you then. and he continued to be tormented by the fear that if his son had been working in one of those factories, he could so easily have ended up in that position himself. But there was no escape. The boy knew that if he didn't work, they would all go hungry. And so he learned the ways of the factory, the rhythm of the machines, the demands of the overseers, the camaraderie of the other boys who worked alongside him. Meanwhile, the narrator continued his studies, immersing himself in books and the world of ideas. He developed a keen interest in the philosophy of utilitarianism, which emphasized the importance of individual happiness and the greatest good for the greatest number of people. He also became fascinated by the works of the French utopian socialists, Charles Fourier and Saint-Simon, whose ideas about social reform and the perfectibility of society resonated with his own hopes for a better future. The years passed, the narrator grew older, his relationship with his father becoming more strained. His father's obsession with avoiding poverty and his willingness to do almost anything to maintain their middle-class status filled the narrator with disgust. Nevertheless, the narrator finished his schooling and began to work as a parliamentary reporter, a job that allowed him to stay involved in politics and current affairs. However, he soon found this work stifling, and he felt the need to break free from the constraints of his life and explore the world beyond the middle-class existence that his father had so carefully constructed. Driven by these desires, the narrator embarked on a walking tour across Europe, visiting cities like Paris, Vienna, and Berlin. During his travels, he immersed himself in the local cultures, experiencing new foods, meeting diverse people, and broadening his perspectives. This journey was transformative for him, allowing him to grow as an individual and develop a deeper understanding of the world around him. Upon returning to London, the narrator reinvented himself, changing his name to Charles and adopting a bohemian lifestyle. He became a journalist, using his experiences and insights from his travels to write articles for various publications. His writing often focused on social issues, and he became known for his ability to capture the essence of a place or a person through his vivid descriptions and insightful observations. His career as a journalist took him to different parts of the city, exposing him to the lives and experiences of people from all walks of life. He visited the poorest of the poor in the slums of the East End, and witnessed firsthand the harsh realities of poverty and destitution. He also interacted with members of Parliament, engaging in discussions about social reform and the possibility of creating a better society. Through his work, the narrator developed a deep empathy for the struggles of the working class and a disdain for the indifference and callousness of the upper classes. He became increasingly disillusioned with the political establishment and their inability or unwillingness to address the pressing social issues of the time. One evening, while walking back from a late night's work, the narrator found himself wandering through the dimly lit streets of London. The gas lamps cast long shadows as he passed by closed shops and silent houses, the city seemingly asleep. But as he turned onto a narrow alleyway, he heard the faint sounds of music and laughter. Intrigued, he followed the noise and stumbled upon a hidden pub, its windows covered with brown paper to conceal the revelry within. Curiosity and a touch of mischief led him to push aside the covering and peer inside. What he saw astonished him. The room was filled with people from all walks of life, aristocrats and commoners, young and old, all gathered together in a spirit of camaraderie. They were engaged in lively conversation, their voices echoing with laughter and debate. Some sat around tables playing cards or drinking, while others danced to the tune of a fiddle. The sight of such unity and abandon filled the narrator with a sense of wonder. It was a hidden world, unknown to the rigid social conventions of the drawing rooms and dinner parties he frequented. Here, social barriers seemed to melt away, and people were judged not by their birth or wealth, but by the content of their character. Over the next few months, the narrator became a regular at the pub, drawn to its atmosphere of freedom and equality. He found solace in the company of the diverse patrons, who welcomed him as one of their own. Among them, he formed close friendships with a group of young intellectuals and artists, who shared his passion for social reform and his fascination with the city's hidden corners. Together, they explored the labyrinthine streets of London, uncovering its secrets and meeting people from all walks of life. Their explorations took them to the bustling markets of the city where they bartered for fresh produce and exotic spices. They visited the grand museums and art galleries, marveling at the masterpieces displayed within. but they also ventured into the darker recesses of the city, crowded tenements, and poverty-stricken streets, where they witnessed the harsh realities of life for the underprivileged. As the narrator's circle of friends expanded, he was introduced to a variety of stimulating ideas and perspectives. The group discussed the latest political debates, the growing divide between the rich and the poor, and the possibilities for social change. They talked about art and literature, sharing their favorite books, and debating the role of creativity in society. The narrator was particularly influenced by a young artist named Thomas, who had a profound impact on his thinking. Thomas was a gifted painter and sculptor whose work depicted the struggles and aspirations of the working class. He had a deep understanding of the human condition and a passion for justice. It resonated with the narrator's own evolving values. Under Thomas's influence, the narrator began to see the world through a different lens, one that emphasized the importance of social responsibility and the need to use one's privilege to help others. Inspired by his friends, the narrator started to use his writing to give voice to the voiceless. He wrote articles and essays that shed light on the plight of the poor and the injustices they faced. He also began to speak out against the indifference and apathy of the wealthy and the ruling class, who he saw as contributing to the growing social unrest and inequality. His words were powerful and his writing was widely read, reaching a large audience that was both intrigued and appalled by the conditions he described. However, as the narrator became more involved in social causes and his writing became more critical of the establishment, he faced backlash and opposition. Some people admired his courage and praised him for bringing attention to important issues. But others criticized him for being overly idealistic and naive, accusing him of exaggerating the problems and ignoring the complexities of society. The pressure mounted, and the narrator found himself increasingly isolated, his reputation becoming a subject of heated debate and controversy. Yet despite the challenges he faced, the narrator remained steadfast in his beliefs. He continued to write and speak out against injustice, refusing to be silenced by those who opposed his views. He knew that the path to positive change was often a long and arduous one, but he was determined to contribute to the cause in whatever way he could. And so he kept writing, his words echoing the struggles and aspirations of the people he had come to know and care about, hoping that one day their stories and their voices would be heard. Meanwhile, the story of Oliver Twist continues to unfold. Having escaped the horrors of the workhouse and the clutches of Fagin, Oliver finds himself in the care of Mr. Brownlow, a kind-hearted gentleman who offers him a chance at a normal life. Under Mr. Brownlow's guidance, Oliver attends school and learns the ways of honesty and compassion. He makes new friends who introduce him to the joys of childhood and the beauty of the world. However, the shadow of his past lingers and danger seems to follow him closely. A series of unfortunate events and the machinations of his former enemies threaten to pull Oliver back into the darkness from which he has escaped. With each new twist and turn, the story deepens, exploring themes of redemption, the power of friendship, and the struggle for justice in a society plagued by poverty and corruption. As Oliver navigates the treacherous streets of London and confronts the harsh realities of his time, he discovers his own strength and resilience, as well as the unwavering support of those who believe in him. So keep watching to find out what happens next in the life of Oliver. Twist, and how his journey continues to intertwine with the experiences of the nameless narrator. What initially appears as a chance encounter between a young boy and a mysterious stranger soon reveals itself to be a pivotal moment that shapes the course of their lives. As the two boys cross paths, a bond forms between them, forged in the fires of adversity and the shared experience of living on the streets. You walk the streets of London in 1843, you begin to understand that poverty has its own relationship with time. When you're poor, time can be simultaneously too fast and too slow. Too fast because there's never enough time to earn what you need, never enough time to rest, never enough time to be with family. Too slow because waiting for work, for wages, for better circumstances, can feel like an eternity. This understanding begins to shape your writing in ways that aren't immediately obvious. When you create characters, you don't just think about what they look like or what they say. You think about how they experience time. Bob Cratchit, bent over his ledgers in Scrooge's counting house, experiences time as something that crawls by, measured in the scratch of his pen and the ticking of the office clock. Scrooge experiences time as something to be hoarded, saved, counted like coins. The Cratchit family experiences time as something precious and scarce, stolen moments of happiness snatched between the demands of survival. Your walking becomes a form of time travel, a way of moving between these different temporal worlds that exist within the same geographic space. In the space of a single evening's walk, you can experience the rushed time of the commercial districts, where clerks and merchants hurry through their business. The stretched time of the residential areas where families gather around fires and time moves at the pace of conversation. And the suspended time of the riverfront areas where the ancient rhythms of the Thames seem to slow everything down to a more elemental pace. The air is thick with the smell of coal, smoke, and the sound of traffic. People hurry along the crowded streets, their faces grim, their shoulders hunched against the biting wind. In the gaslight, their forms seem distorted, elongated, as if the very speed of the city is affecting their physical form. It's a scene straight out of a Dickens novel, a portrayal of London's relentless, unforgiving pace. And yet, amidst this frenetic energy, there's a strange sense of calm. Not the calm of stillness, but the calm of acceptance. These people have no choice but to keep moving, to keep striving, to keep hoping for a better tomorrow. They've internalized the city's relentless rhythm, its constant push forward. As a writer, you find yourself drawn to the margins of society, to the overlooked and the forgotten. In the gaslit streets, you meet a young woman named Fan, a seamstress by day and a street singer by night. She's quick with a smile, her voice a surprisingly strong instrument as she weaves her way through the crowd, collecting coins and weaving stories. In the shadows, you see a group of ragged boys, their eyes bright with mischief. Their movements quick and fluid as they dart between the buildings, searching for food or, more likely, searching for trouble. Then there's old Mr. Tozer, who sits wrapped in a blanket on a street corner, his face weathered and worn, his eyes filled with a lifetime of stories. He's a relic of a bygone era, a living piece of history, who's seen London change and who knows its secrets and its sorrows. Yes. As you walk, you notice small details that reveal the true nature of the city. The discarded scraps of fabric, the half-eaten apples, the empty bottles. Each tells a story of poverty, of struggle, of survival. In the flickering gaslight, you see not just the grime and the dirt, but also the beauty and the poetry of a life lived on the edge. It's not just the human stories that capture your attention. It's also the city's physicality, its very essence. The cobbles beneath your feet, the scent of coal smoke in the air, the sound of horse-drawn carts echoing in the narrow streets. All of these elements weave together to create a sensory tapestry that's both overwhelming and intoxicating. And then there's the fog, that ubiquitous presence that seems to seep into every aspect of life here. It's a physical manifestation of the city's darkness, its poverty, its despair. But it's also a source of mystery, of magic even. In the swirling mists, you see not just the grime and the danger, but also the beauty and the poetry of a city transformed. In the quiet of the night, you find solace in the most unexpected places. A small, smoky tavern where the beer is cheap and the company even cheaper. A narrow alleyway where a group of cats have made their home. The bombed-out shell of a building, defaced with graffiti and memories. These are the places where the city's soul is laid bare, where the darkness is palpable, but where there's also a strange sense of peace. Here you can shed the weight of the world, if only for a moment, and simply exist. And as you walk, you carry all of these experiences with you. The sounds, the smells, the tastes, the textures. They become part of you, shaping your writing, your art. You begin to see the world through new eyes, to hear the music in the silence, to find beauty in the midst of ugliness. The city becomes your muse, your inspiration, your tormentor, your mirror. And as you walk, you know that you're not just exploring London, you're exploring yourself. In the heart of the city, you find a small bookshop tucked away on a quiet street. Its windows are dusty, its shelves are overflowing, its air is thick with the smell of old paper and leather. Inside, you meet the owner, a wizened old man with a twinkle in his eye and a wealth of knowledge in his wrinkled hands. He's a keeper of stories, a weaver of words, a collector of dreams. And as you talk, you realize that he too is a fellow traveler, a fellow seeker of truth and beauty in a world that often seems devoid of both. Introduces you to the works of forgotten authors, two hidden gems of literature, two tales that have been overlooked or ignored. Together, you explore the depths of human experience, the power of the written word, the magic of storytelling. Then you come across a small park, a green oasis in the midst of the gray and grime. The trees are bare, the grass is muddy, but there's a strange sense of tranquility here. You sit on a bench and watch the pigeons strutting and cooing, and you feel a sense of calm wash over you. In the distance, you hear the faint strains of music, the laughter of children, the murmur of voices. And for a moment, you forget about the poverty, the struggle, the despair that surrounds you. You simply exist in the present moment, savoring the beauty of a winter afternoon in a forgotten park. As you walk, you find yourself drawn to the river. The Thames is more than just a waterway. It's a living, breathing entity that flows through the heart of the city. As you stand on the bank and watch the boats gliding past, you feel a sense of awe and wonder. The river is a symbol of life, of movement, of change. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope for something new, something better. In the shadows, you spot a group of men huddled around a barrel, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a fire. They're drinking, singing, telling stories. Their camaraderie is palpable, their spirits high despite the bleak surroundings. For a moment, you join them, sharing in their laughter, their warmth, their sense of community. You realize that even in the midst of poverty and despair, the human spirit can endure, can even triumph. As you walk, you encounter a variety of characters, each with their own story to tell. There's the old toothless beggar who asks for spare change and tells you stories of a bygone era. The young pickpocket with a sly grin and nimble fingers who warns you to watch your wallet. The weary factory worker who talks of long hours and meager wages, his hands calloused and scarred. The determined shop girl who dreams of a better life beyond the drudgery of the salesroom. Each person you meet adds a new thread to the tapestry of London life, a new note to the symphony of the city. And as you listen to their stories, you realize that poverty isn't just about material deprivation. It's also about the loss of hope, the erosion of dignity, the fragmentation of communities. But you also see acts of kindness, of generosity, of compassion. A hot meal shared, a coin donated, a helping hand offered. These acts may be small, but they're beacons of light in the darkness, reminders that humanity can endure even in the harshest of conditions. You find yourself drawn to the grand buildings, the imposing monuments, the architectural marvels that dominate the skyline. But as you walk among them, you notice the stark contrast between their grandeur and the poverty that surrounds them. The homeless huddled in doorways, the beggars seeking alms, the prostitutes offering their wares. You realize that true greatness lies not in bricks and mortar, but in the resilience of the human spirit. As you walk, you become attuned to the subtle shifts in the city's rhythm, the changing patterns of light and shadow, the ebb and flow of the crowds, the different cadences of speech. You find a certain poetry in the everyday, a beauty in the mundane, the flash of a street lamp, the glint of a shop window, the rippling of a puddle. You begin to see that art can be found in the most unexpected places, that inspiration can strike at any moment. In the evenings, you seek out the warmth and light of public houses, where you can escape the chill of the streets and immerse yourself in the lively chatter of locals. Over a pint of beer or a steaming mug of cider, you listen to their tales, their dreams, their struggles. You learn about their lives, their loves, their losses, and you gain a deeper understanding of the human condition. And when the night is far spent and the taverns closed, you wander the deserted streets, feeling the city's heartbeat beneath your feet, sensing its presence all around you. You realize that London isn't just a place, it's a living, breathing entity that shapes and influences the lives of everyone who lives there. So you keep walking, exploring, discovering, learning, and with each step, you bring a piece of London back with you, a piece that will forever enrich your writing, your art, your soul. The year is 1878, and you are walking through the foggy streets of London after dark. The gaslights throw a dim glow on the wet cobblestones, and the only sounds are the distant rumble of traffic and the soft patter of rain. As you stroll along, you find yourself thinking about time. It's not just the time on your own life, but the time of the city itself. How has London changed during your lifetime? What will it look like when your life is over? You've lived through many changes during your lifetime. You remember when London was a much quieter place? You remember the horse-drawn carriages clip-clopping along the streets, the air filled with the smell of horse dung, and the sound of hawkers and street vendors. You remember when the railways first arrived in London, bringing with them both progress and a new kind of grime? You remember the construction of the great sewer system under the city? A massive engineering feat that helped to prevent disease and death during the summer months. You remember the gradual spread of gaslighting throughout the city, transforming the streets from dangerous, dark places into safer, more livable spaces. And you've seen the great social changes too. The steady flow of people moving into the city from the countryside, drawn in by the promise of work and a better life. You've seen the rise of new industries and businesses, the growth of London's population, and the changing face of its streets. Now you're witnessing the very early experiments with electric lighting. You've seen Londoners take to the skies in balloons and then in heavier-than-air machines. Witness the installation of the world's first underground railway line beneath the bustling streets of London. It's carrying thousands of passengers each day. And as you walk through the fog-shrouded streets tonight, you're thinking about the future of the city, the way it will continue to change in the years to come. You've always been fascinated by the way the city changes, not just physically, but in the stories that unfold within it. The people who live here, their hopes and dreams, their struggles and disappointments, the way they navigate the challenges of daily life and search for happiness and fulfillment. That's what truly interests you as a writer, capturing the essence of London and the stories that take place here. And tonight, as you walk through the city, you're re-struck by how these stories seem to move at a different pace than the mechanical time measured by clocks and watches. There's a deeper, more fundamental rhythm to life in London, a rhythm that's dictated by the ebb and flow of human emotions, the cycles of poverty and wealth, the rise and fall of social movements, the triumphs and tragedies of everyday people. It's a rhythm that's as old as the city itself, a rhythm that beats on like the tides of the Thames, which has been flowing through London since long before there were any clocks to measure its passage. As you pass by the Clockmaker's workshop in Clockenwell, you hear the soft ticking that escapes through the walls. It's a comforting sound, the precise measurement of seconds and minutes and hours being crafted and repaired within. But you know that there's another kind of time operating alongside this mechanical time, the time of human stories. And it's that time that you're most interested in capturing as a writer. You arrive at the Cathedral of St. Paul, a grand structure that towers over the surrounding streets. Its dome, designed by the famed architect Christopher Wren, is a masterpiece of Baroque architecture, and a symbol of the city's resilience after the Great Fire of London. As you stand before the cathedral, you think about all the people who have walked these streets in centuries past, the Romans who first settled in this area, the Saxons who followed them, the Vikings who raided the city. You think about the medieval Londoners who built their homes and businesses around you, and the Puritans who came after them. You think about the Great Fire, which leveled much of the city in the plague, which had swept through London a few decades earlier, killing hundreds of thousands of people. You think about the people who have lived, worked, and died in this city over the centuries, and the stories that have unfolded here. And as you continue your walk, you realize that these stories aren't confined to the past. They're happening right now in the present moment. All around you, people are living their lives, trying to make sense of the world and find their place in it. There's the young woman walking ahead of you, lost in thought as she makes her way home from a long day at work. There's the man sitting on a nearby bench, watching the world go by and the children playing a game on the street corner. Each of these people has a story to tell, a story that's shaped by the city they live in and the time they inhabit. As a writer, you're fascinated by these stories, not just because they're interesting and entertaining, but because they reveal something about the human condition. They show us the ways that people cope with adversity, the ways that they find love and connection, the ways that they search for meaning and purpose in a complex and ever-changing world. These stories are the stuff of life, and you want to capture them, to hold them up to the light and examine them, to see what makes them tick and what drives them forward. As you walk past a group of street vendors selling their wares, you stop for a moment to admire the craftsmanship of a local cobbler. His hands move quickly and deftly as he repairs a customer's shoe, his tools and techniques handed down to him from generations past. In this small shop, time seems to slow down, measured not by the ticking of a clock, but by the rhythm of the cobbler's trade. You continue your walk passing by a tavern where the windows are filled with the warm glow of candlelight. Inside, men are drinking and socializing, talking about the latest news and gossip. Some are laughing, some are arguing, and some are simply lost in their own thoughts. Outside, the rain has stopped, and the fog is beginning to lift. Above you, the sky is filled with the stars, a reminder that even in the heart of London, you're connected to something much larger than yourself. You keep walking until you reach a park, one of the few green spaces left in the city. Here, time seems to stand still. People are picnicking on the grass, children are playing, and couples are strolling hand in hand. The sounds of the city fade away, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the singing of birds. But even here, you can't escape the feeling that time is passing. The leaves on the trees are turning brown, and the days are growing shorter. Winter is coming, and with it, the challenges and hardships that come with the colder months. The people in the park will eventually have to return to the noise and bustle of the city, to the ticking clocks and the relentless pace of modern life. And as you walk back into the city, you feel the weight of time pressing down on you. You know that no matter how much progress is made, no matter how much the city changes, time will keep moving forward. The people you've seen today will get older, some will die, and new people will move into the city and begin their own stories. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. Never-ending dance between the old and the new, the past and the present. As you approach your destination, you pass by a busy intersection where horse-drawn carriages and pedestrians navigate the crowded streets. It's a scene that's repeated every day in cities around the world, a microcosm of the human condition. Here, in this one spot, the old and the new, the past and the present, come together in a single moment. And as you continue on your way, you know that you're not just walking through London, you're walking through time itself. You're carrying with you the stories you've heard and the lessons you've learned. You're part of a long line of Londoners who have walked these streets, and one day, your story will be added to the rich tapestry of the city's history. So you keep walking, head held high, ready to face whatever the future may bring. The sounds and sights of London fill your ears and eyes, and you feel a sense of wonder and awe at the beauty and complexity of the city. You know that you're only here for a short time, that one day you'll move on to other places and other adventures. But for now, you're grateful to be in London, to be walking through time, and to be a part of the city's story. By the time you return home, usually in the early hours of the morning, you've traveled not just through geographic space, but through social time, through the different temporal rhythms that coexist within the boundaries of a single city. These journeys provide the raw material for your fiction, but they also satisfy something deeper, a need to stay connected to the full complexity of human experience, to resist the narrowing of perspective that can come with success and social position. As you settle into your study to write, the clock on your mantelpiece ticks steadily, marking the passage of the night in precise, regular intervals. But the time you retrying to capture in your writing moves to different rhythms. The slow time of social change, the compressed time of urban poverty, the expanded time of childhood memory, the cyclical time of seasonal celebration and domestic routine. This is the time that can't be measured by clockwork. It's the time that exists in the spaces between the ticks of even the most precisely crafted timepiece. It's the time of human stories, and it requires a different kind of attention, different kind of patience, a different kind of precision than the mechanical craftsmanship practiced in workshops throughout the city. But like the clockmaker with his delicate tools and patient hands, you understand that capturing this more elusive form of time requires its own form of craftsmanship. The careful selection of details, the precise calibration of emotional effects, the patient construction of narrative mechanisms that can transform the raw material of observation into the finished work of art. You spend the day working, meeting with publishers and agents, attending literary lunches and dinners, visiting friends or family in the neighborhood where you grew up. As you move from one engagement to the next, you are immersed in the fast-paced world of contemporary London, where time seems to slip away in a flurry of activity and social obligation. You navigate the city with ease, your mind constantly observing, absorbing, and storing away the sights, sounds, and experiences that will later form the basis of your writing. But beneath the surface of this bustling metropolis, you are aware of other temporal rhythms at play. You know that while you are enjoying the comforts of a well-established career, there are still people living in the crushing time of destitution, where every hour spent without work is a financial loss, and every penny earned is a hard-won victory. You've seen the way the city's relentless pace can grind people down, reducing them to shadows of their former selves. And you've witnessed the resilience of the human spirit as individuals and communities find ways to endure and even thrive in the face of adversity. In the evenings, when you finally have some time to yourself, you escape to the sanctuary of your study. Here, surrounded by the tools of your trade, you feel most at home. You open your notebook and begin to write, letting the words flow onto the page as you relive the experiences of the day through the eyes of your characters. As you write, you find yourself transported to different times and places, both real and imagined. You inhabit the bodies and minds of those you've observed, breathing life into their stories and giving voice to their experiences. In doing so, you are able to explore the full complexity of human existence, encompassing the joys and sorrows, triumphs and struggles that make us who we are. But your craft is not merely about recording what you see and hear. It's about transforming those experiences into something new and meaningful. It's about finding the connections between the various aspects of human existence and weaving them together into a cohesive and resonant whole. You are not just a passive observer of the city and its inhabitants. You are an active participant in the ongoing drama of human life, engaging with the rhythms of the city on your own terms and in your own way. You are a storyteller, and the city is your canvas. The people you meet, the places you visit, the conversations you have, all become part of the rich tapestry of your work. You are always on the lookout for the stories that lie beneath the surface, for the connections that link the past and the present, for the moments of beauty and grace that can be found even in the midst of struggle and hardship. The city is a living, breathing entity, and you are attuned to its rhythms and its moods. You know when to push forward, when to hold back, when to be bold, and when to be subtle. You are not afraid to delve into the darkness, to confront the uncomfortable truths that others would rather ignore. But you do so with a sense of compassion and understanding. You are not a judge, but a witness, and your job is to bear witness to the full range of human experience. As the days turn into weeks, and the weeks into months, you continue to roam the streets of the city, gathering material for your writing and living the life of a professional writer. But always there is the sense that you are part of something larger than yourself, that you are contributing to a collective understanding of the human condition. Through your writing, you are able to give voice to the voiceless, to shed light on the hidden corners of the city, and to explore the depths of the human psyche. And in doing so, you are fulfilling a vital role in society, acting as a chronicler of the times and a commentator on the complexities of human existence. There are times, however, when the demands of your career and the weight of your responsibilities threaten to overwhelm you. When the pressure to produce, to meet deadlines, and to satisfy the expectations of your readers and publishers becomes too great, you can lose sight of the deeper purpose that drives you. There are days when the loneliness of your profession feels unbearable, when the isolation of your study and the silence of your notebook seem to amplify your sense of disconnection from the world around you. On those dark and lonely nights, you question whether the sacrifices you've made, the hours spent away from loved ones, and the emotional toll of your work have been worth it. Doubts and insecurities creep in, whispering that you are not good enough, that your efforts are futile, that you are wasting your talents on a life that will never truly be your own. When these moments arise, you must summon every ounce of strength and determination within you to push through the darkness and keep writing. You remind yourself of why you chose this path, of the stories that burn within you, and the voices that need to be heard. You draw upon the support of your friends and family, those who believe in you and your work, and who help you to keep going when the going gets tough. You remember the moments of triumph, the times when your writing has made a difference, and your words have resonated with readers, and when you have been able to use your platform to give voice to the voiceless. And slowly but surely you find your way out of the darkness and back to the light. For you know that as a professional writer, the journey is never easy, but the rewards are immeasurable. You are not just a chronicler of the times, but a shaper of minds, a weaver of emotions, and a purveyor of empathy. Through your writing, you are able to connect with readers on a deep and meaningful level, to transport them to different worlds, and to make them care about characters they may never meet. You are a professional writer because you have a story to tell. You are driven by an insatiable curiosity about the world and a desire to understand the complexities of human existence. You are a professional writer because you have something to say, and you refuse to let the world ignore it. You are a professional writer because you have a gift for words, a talent for storytelling, and a passion for sharing your unique perspective with the world. So you keep writing, even when the going gets tough, because you know that the rewards are immeasurable. Through your writing, you are able to make a difference, to leave a legacy behind, and to live a life that is truly your own.
Ow.
In the quiet of your study, surrounded by the tools of your trade, you find solace and comfort. Your notebook becomes a trusted companion, your pen an extension of your thoughts. With each stroke, you weave a tapestry of words and images that capture the essence of the human experience. You explore the depths of the soul, the intricacies of relationships, and the complexities of the world around you. Your writing is a sanctuary, a place where you can be yourself and express your innermost thoughts and feelings without fear or judgment. It is a form of therapy, a way to process your emotions and find meaning in the chaos of everyday life. Through your writing, you are able to connect with others who share similar experiences, thoughts, and feelings. You build a community of like-minded individuals who find solace and support in each other's words. You are no longer alone in your struggles or your triumphs. And so you keep writing, not just as a professional, but as an artist, a healer, and a storyteller. You write because it is in your nature, because it is who you are. In the heart of London, amidst the hustle and bustle of modern life, you find inspiration everywhere. The ancient streets whisper tales of a bygone era. The grand buildings stand as silent witnesses to centuries of change. And the people you meet are living works of art in their own right. From the bustling markets to the quiet pubs, from the iconic landmarks to the hidden alleyways, London is a treasure trove of inspiration for your writing. As a professional writer, you are acutely aware of the importance of balance. You know that to be successful, you must maintain a delicate equilibrium between your career and personal life. While your work is your passion and your livelihood, you also recognize the need to nurture your relationships. Hobbies and interests outside of writing, it is through this balance that you find fulfillment and happiness in your life. You set aside specific times in your day to disconnect from work and focus on your personal life. Whether it's taking a walk in the park, meeting friends for dinner, or pursuing a hobby. You make time for the things that bring you joy and help you to relax. You establish clear boundaries between your work and home life, ensuring that you have time to recharge and return to your writing refreshed and rejuvenated. And then, as the years pass, your writing career continues to evolve. You may achieve greater recognition and success, but you never lose sight of the things that matter most to you. You remain connected to the rhythms of the city, to the people who inspire you, and to the stories that burn within you. And as you grow older, you realize that being a professional writer is more than just a job. It's a way of life. It's a calling that requires dedication, passion, and an unwavering commitment to the art of storytelling. You have dedicated your life to this craft, and in doing so, you have created a life that is truly your own. I walked out into the cool night air, my senses alive with the city's nocturnal hum. The sky was a canvas of velvety black, sprinkled with a million tiny pinpricks of light. The familiar streets around me seemed to shimmer and pulse with a life of their own. As I made my way through the moonlit cityscape, I couldn't shake off this feeling that I was witnessing something profound, something that transcended the everyday reality of rush hour and traffic and the relentless march of time on the clock. The city at night was a world unto itself, freed from the constraints of daylight, shedding its skin of social niceties and business deals to reveal something raw, something elemental. I found myself drawn to the quiet resilience of the city's architecture, the way its buildings stood tall and proud against the encroaching darkness, their windows reflecting the neon glow of distant signs and the soft light of street lamps. In the stillness of the night, I could hear the whisper of the wind as it danced between the skyscrapers, carrying with it the scent of distant rain and the faint echo of laughter from a late-night jazz club. It was as if the city itself were holding its breath, caught in a moment of suspended animation between the frenetic energy of the day and the quiet promise of dawn. And yet even in this stillness, there was a sense of movement, subtle pulse that throbbed beneath the surface, reminding me that this city never truly sleeps. For a writer, there is a certain magic to be found in these nocturnal wanderings. For it is in the quiet of the night that the world reveals its true nature, stripped bare of distractions and pretense. It is in the darkness that the writer's imagination can roam free, unbound by the constraints of logic and reason. As I turned onto a quieter street, I noticed a small group of musicians huddled around a makeshift stand, their instruments silent but for the gentle caress of a saxophone. The melody was haunting and beautiful, filled with a melancholic longing that echoed the bittersweet ache of the night. And then there were the people, those nocturnal nomads, who seemed to own the city after dark. Their faces illuminated by the soft glow of their phones, their footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness of the deserted streets. There was a freedom to be found in their eyes, a sense of abandon that was both exhilarating and terrifying. I continued my walk, allowing the city's rhythm to envelop me, its sounds and its sights becoming a kind of poetry in motion. I thought of all the countless stories that unfolded beneath this midnight sky. The dramas and comedies, the heartbreaks and the joys, all playing out on the city's grand stage. And I realized that my nighttime journey had been more than just a walk. I had captured something in my nighttime journey, not just observations and impressions, but a renewed sense of connection to the deeper rhythms that drive the city and its people. These rhythms will find their way into my writing, will become part of the vast, ongoing project of translating human experience into the measured language of literature. The city at night is a world of contrasts, of light and shadow, of silence and sound, of solitude and connection. It is a world that challenges and inspires, that breaks the rules and bends the boundaries of imagination. It is a world that demands to be explored, to be understood, to be written about. As I finally prepared for a few hours of sleep before the day's work began, I carried with me the quiet satisfaction of having touched something essential, the pulse of the city that beats beneath all its surface activities, the human time that flows alongside and through and around the mechanical time of clocks and schedules and social obligations. In the quiet of my room, I could still hear the echoes of the city's nocturnal symphony, the distant hum of traffic, the mournful cry of a police siren, the laughter of late-night revelers. And as I drifted off to sleep, I knew that these sounds would weave their way into my dreams, where the boundaries between the waking world and the world of imagination are at their most permeable. For a writer, every experience is a potential story, every encounter a possible inspiration. But it is in the quiet moments, in the liminal spaces between the waking world and the dream world, that the true magic happens, that the raw material of life is transformed into the gold of literature. The first part of the solution came with the construction of London's first purpose-built sewer system, a series of interconnected tunnels that ran parallel to the river. But those early sewers were crude, insanitary, and plagued with maintenance issues. In fact, they simply exacerbated the problem, polluting groundwater and creating noxious pools of stagnant water in the process. Then came the Industrial Revolution, factories pumping smoke into the air and packing more people than ever into cramped urban areas. Sanitation became a matter of life and death, and that brings us back to our starting point, the Great Stink of 1858. There are two main reasons why the river could suddenly smell so bad. First, unusually warm weather meant that the river didn't freeze, allowing wastes to continue flowing in. Second, the level of London's wastewater had increased dramatically, following a decade of rapid industrialization and urbanization. It was at this moment that London officials realized they needed a complete overhaul of the city's failing drainage system, and it was here that Bazalgette stepped in. But why do we tell this story today? Because as shocking as it may seem that London was once filled with literal rivers of poo, our sprawling capital isn't alone. In fact, for most of human history, cities have been struggling to get rid of their waste. And as populations grow and living standards rise, this challenge becomes only more difficult. Now, before we get any further, we'd like to thank this video's sponsor, Brilliant.org. Because what I'm about to describe is a problem they know a thing or two about solving. You see, Bazalgette worked on the assumption that every Londoner produced between 2 and 4 gallons of waste per day. Today, the average person produces about 101 gallons per day. And as we improve living standards around the world and push rural populations into towns and cities, the problem is only going to get bigger. But it's also getting easier to solve thanks to companies like Brilliant.org, because all those numbers I just threw at you come from real solutions that engineers are working on right now. Like Brilliant's course on large-scale viral transport, which can be applied to wastewater treatment plants, or their creative solutions to the world's energy problems, like harnessing wave power or building better batteries. Brilliant is an online learning platform with courses in science, computer science, and math. They offer hands-on lessons that help you learn concepts by doing rather than just watching. And that's why they've been such a huge help to us in making this video. We really hope you enjoy learning with them as much as we do. Back in Victorian London, Bazalgette's radical proposal called for an entirely new system of sewers, separate from the River Thames, to carry away the city's waste. But it wouldn't be easy. The project was beset by cost overruns, delays, and political infighting. Furthermore, the original plan for a massive central sewer running from Greenwich to King's Cross was deemed too expensive and too disruptive to implement. Instead, 8 radial sewers were planned that would connect with one another at various points, allowing waste to travel to one of the newly constructed outfalls along the river. Each of these 8 sewers was designed with an inverted siphon, meaning that the line flowed downhill on both sides of the high point, which allowed for a single pumping station to move waste along a much longer route than would otherwise be possible. This meant that the shortest possible distance for any Londoner's waste to travel to an outfall was less than 3 miles, meaning that gravity alone could carry it there without the need for pumps along the way. Bazalgette also insisted on tight engineering tolerances and regular inspections to ensure that the network operated as intended. The result was an innovative and robust solution to the city's sanitary problems. And while many scoffed at the idea of spending money on a hidden infrastructure that no one would ever see, the project went ahead anyway. Once work began in 1861, each of the 8 sewers took about 4 years to complete, with most of the digging being done by hand due to the dense population of central London. Tunnels were typically 12 feet wide and lined with fireproof bricks to prevent damage from stray sparks. The toughest challenges came when workers encountered the River Tyburn and the Old Fleet Ditch, both of which ran beneath streets and had to be diverted. But ultimately, the project was completed on time and within budget by 1875, solving London's great stink once and for all. Though you might not know it, you're walking above this vast underground labyrinth every day. London's sewers are still in use today and handle about 2 billion gallons of waste every day, even though London's population has grown to over 9 million people. And that's pretty impressive considering that the average American city dumps 400 million gallons per day for a metro area with 5 million people. But it wasn't just the scale of the project that made Basalt's design so successful. It was also the forward thinking that went into it. His 8-pointed starburst pattern allowed for flexibility and redundancy in the system, meaning that if one part of the network failed, other parts could compensate until repairs were made. What's more, he left expansion points built into the design, anticipating that London would continue to grow. The system was also incredibly cost-effective, as waste was transported away for free by the sewers and then used to power steam engines in factories and mills. But perhaps most surprisingly of all, Bazalgette's creation was designed to last. While many Victorian-era engineers favored quick fixes and throwaway designs, Bazalgette believed in building things that would stand the test of time. He famously said, "I always try to design a work as permanent as I can, because if it lasts for 50 years or 100 years, it won't trouble anybody to come after me, and bother them it hasn't." In the 150 years since his death, Londoners have continued to benefit from his foresight, as the city's sewers have required little maintenance and remain as robust and relevant as ever. So next time you find yourself strolling along the South Bank or picnicking in Hyde Park, take a moment to appreciate what lies beneath your feet. An invisible yet indispensable infrastructure that keeps our modern lives possible. Thanks to the genius of one man who saw a dirty river and dared to dream of a cleaner future, Joseph Bazalgette may not have been a household name in his own time, but his legacy lives on in the very air we breathe and the water we drink. If you want to learn more about his incredible life and work, we've linked to some resources in the description. But for now, let's think about how this one man's vision changed the world forever. When Bazalgette was asked how he came up with such an innovative solution to London's sanitation crisis, replied, I just thought of the city as a big bath and wondered how I would drain it, but it was no simple feat. The project required him to overcome countless obstacles, from financial constraints to public skepticism to the sheer physical difficulty of digging miles of tunnels beneath one of the world's busiest cities. Yet he persevered, driven by a quiet determination to make London a cleaner, healthier place to live. And he did it without any fanfare or recognition. He was a true unsung hero. So next time you take a trip to the capital, look down at the grimy streets and bustling crowds, and remember that it could have been so different. Thanks to Bazal's genius, we don't have to worry about the great stink ever happening again. His legacy is all around us, literally beneath our feet. And it's a reminder that sometimes the most important innovations are the ones we can't see. If you liked this video, you might also like our previous episode about the Great Fire of London. Or for a lighter side of history, check out this video about the insane laws of medieval England. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. As you go deeper into the earth, the weight of history seems to press down on you. The weight of the city above you. The weight of all the people going about their lives up there in the sunshine. But this is no place for tourists. This is a place of work, of sweat and toil, of danger and death. Here you are in the dark heart of London, deep in the bowels of the greatest public works project ever undertaken. Let me introduce myself. I am your guide. Now, it might seem strange to think of a sewage system as something to go on a guided tour for. But before you dismiss the idea too hastily, consider this. It's been said that civilization is just a thin veneer over our animalistic desire to throw our poo on the ground. And where there are people, there is poo. The story of human progress is therefore inextricably linked to the story of sanitation. And nowhere is that more true than here in London. Which is why this, my friend, is no ordinary sewer. This is Big Ben. Well, technically it isn't. This is the tower from which Big Ben gets its name. But we can see the famous clock tower from here. It's just really far away. In fact, we are nearly 5 miles beneath it. To be precise, we are at the eastern end of London's main sewer, where it discharges into the River Thames. And right now, hundreds of men are working here to keep the river clear of, well, you know what? You see, London has a poo problem. The result was a city where disease was endemic, where cholera outbreaks killed thousands at a time, where the very air was thick with the smell of human waste and decay. The wealthy could afford to live in areas with better drainage and cleaner air. But for the majority of Londoners, daily life meant constant exposure to conditions that would be considered uninhabitable today. Londoners today, of course, are blissfully unaware of the fetid river that flows just beneath their feet, carrying away the waste products of their daily lives via a series of tunnels so vast and ingenious that they have earned the title the eighth wonder of the world. In 1858, stench from the Thames was so bad that Parliament was forced to abandon its business for 2 months rather than sit in the malodorous chamber. Something had to be done, and fast. Enter Joseph Bose-Elget, the man who would solve London's poo problem. Bose-Elget was a civil engineer. His plan to tackle the city's pollution was radical in its scope and unprecedented in its ambition. He proposed to build not just one sewer, but an entire network of sewers, main sewers, branch sewers, and local sewers that would intercept the flow of waste before it could reach the Thames, carry it eastward through massive tunnels, and discharge it far downstream where the tides could carry it out to sea. This was an incredibly ambitious project, but it was absolutely necessary. If London was to continue to grow while maintaining the health of its citizens, the engineering challenges were immense. The tunnels would have to be built through every type of ground condition London's complex geology could provide, from the soft clay of the river, valleys to the hard chalk of the higher ground, from waterlogged areas near the Thames to the shifting sands and gravels left by ancient rivers. They would have to be built around and under existing structures, churches and houses, roads and railways, gas mains and water pipes, without disturbing the life of the city above. But perhaps most challenging of all, they would have to be built largely by hand, using techniques that hadn't changed fundamentally since Roman times. This was still the age of human muscle and simple tools, of picks and shovels and wheelbarrows, of candles and oil lamps, providing the only light in the underground darkness. Imagine yourself descending into one of these construction sites in 1862. 4 years into the great project, you climb down a wooden ladder that seems to disappear into absolute darkness. The sounds of the street growing muffled and distant above you. The air becomes cooler as you descend, but also thicker, tinged with the smell of damp earth and the peculiar odor of disturbed soil that has lain undisturbed for centuries. As you go deeper into the earth, the weight of history seems to press down on you, the weight of the city above you, the weight of all the people going about their lives up there in the sunshine. But this is no place for tourists. This is a place of work, of sweat and toil, of danger and death, where you are in the dark heart of London, deep in the bowels of the greatest public works project ever undertaken, all around you. Men are at work laying the bricks that will form the sewer's many miles of tunnels. They work in 6-hour shifts, each shift consisting of 2 gangs of 70 men each. One gang does the digging, the other lays the bricks. Every 30 feet or so, they dig a shaft to bring in fresh air and allow workers to climb up to the surface. These shafts are also used to transport the waste up to the surface and away from the city. A system of ropes and buckets is used to pass the waste from one level to the next until it reaches the top of the shaft, where it can be removed by hand or by horse. The tunnel itself is a marvel of Victorian engineering. It's 15 feet high and 6 feet wide at the base, and it's built to a curve to allow for expansion and contraction due to changes in moisture levels. The brickwork is laid in a herringbone pattern to prevent the collapse of the tunnel, and the joints between the bricks are filled with a mortar made of sand and lime. Despite the dangers of the work, the men work on, spurred on by the knowledge that they are making a vital contribution to the health of London and its people. The tunnels are not the only marvels of engineering that are being created. Over the course of the project, more than 2,000 manhole covers will be installed across the city. These manhole covers are made of cast iron, and they are some of the first of their kind to be used in London. They're designed to be heavy enough to prevent them from being lifted by passing traffic, yet light enough to be moved by hand when necessary. The sheer scale of the project is almost impossible to comprehend. Over the course of its construction, more than 25 million bricks will be laid, and more than 600,000 cubic yards of earth will be excavated. All of this work is being carried out by hand, with little more than a pickaxe and a shovel, because the technology of the time simply did not allow for anything more sophisticated. The men work in teams, breaking up the earth and passing it from one set of hands to another until it reaches a waiting cart. The carts then take the waste material to designated dumping grounds outside the city limits. At the eastern end of the sewer, where it empties into the River Thames, a pumping station is being built to help push the waste along. This pumping station is powered by 4 Cornish beam engines, which are some of the most advanced engines of their time. These engines are capable of lifting the waste to a height of 125 feet, allowing it to flow freely through the sewer. Despite the incredible advances in engineering that are being made, the project is not without its setbacks. In 1866, a section of the tunnel collapses, killing 7 workers. An investigation into the accident reveals that the tunnel had been undermined by a nearby water main, which had burst. This incident leads to the construction of a new piece of equipment, the pneumatic spade. This machine uses compressed air to cut through the earth, making tunneling faster and safer. The pneumatic spade is just one example of the many innovations that are developed during the course of the project. Other innovations include a new type of brick that is more resistant to moisture, a new type of mortar that is more durable, and a new method of laying bricks that makes the process faster and more efficient. These innovations don't just improve the quality of the sewer, they also make it cheaper to build, saving the City of London tens of thousands of pounds. But the real cost of the project is not just financial. It's also measured in the sweat and blood of the men who work on it. Many of the workers are Irish immigrants who have come to London in search of work. They're paid a daily wage of 2 shillings and 6 pence, which is enough to buy a worker and his family a basic meal, but not much else. The work is dangerous, and the pay is low, but the men keep coming back for more. They are proud to be part of a project that is improving the health of London and its people. And when the project is completed in 1867, they know that they've played a part in creating something truly special. London's sewers are a feat of Victorian engineering, a triumph of the human spirit. They're a reminder of the power of human ingenuity and the importance of public works projects. But most of all, they're a testament to the men who built them. The men who worked in the dark, dank tunnels beneath the city. The men who dug by hand. The men who died and never saw the light of day again. They were the men who kept the streets of London clean. At the bottom of the ladder, perhaps 30 feet below street level, you find yourself in a scene that might have come from Dante's imagination. The tunnel stretches away in both directions, lit by flickering oil lamps and candles that create pools of yellow light separated by zones of impenetrable shadow. The walls are lined with bricks, millions upon millions of bricks, each one laid by hand with mathematical precision to create arches strong enough to support the weight of the city above. The workers move through this underground world with the steady, methodical pace of men accustomed to difficult conditions. They're divided into specialized gangs, each with its own role in the complex process of tunnel construction. This is London's underbelly, a hidden world beneath the bustling streets of Victorian London, where a massive construction project is underway. It is the 1860s and London's population has soared to over 2 million people. The Thames is too small to handle all the waste, and the open sewers in the streets are a growing health hazard. London's leaders have finally decided to take action, and they've hired the best engineer to design a solution. One of the greatest engineering feats of the 19th century, this is the story of those sewers and the people who built them, some 70 feet beneath the city's surface. A new sewer is being built here, a huge undertaking that will require years to complete. You can see the tunnel boring machines, the navvies, hard at work day and night. These giant wheels, each about 3 stories high, cut through the clay and rock like hot knives through butter. But it's not easy going. London's subsoil is tough and unforgiving, full of surprises. The tunnel boring machines have already broken down several times, and more than one man has lost his life. Still, the navvies press on, driven by the need to get the job done quickly and efficiently. They know that every day that goes by without the new sewer is another day of misery for the people of London. The workers are divided into specialized gangs, each with its own role in the complex process of tunnel construction. At the tunnel face, you'd find the miners, men who work in the hardest and most dangerous conditions. They use pickaxes and shovels to cut through the tough London clay and rock. Behind them are the muckers, who load the excavated material onto wheelbarrows or small carts that run on temporary rails. They then push or pull these carts to the shaft, where the material is hoisted up to the surface. The bricklayers work in the lighter, safer conditions of the shaft or in the tunnel behind the miners. They lay the bricks that line the tunnel, making sure each one is placed perfectly. This is a skilled job that requires years of training. It's important that the bricks are laid correctly because the tunnel-S lining is what keeps the soil and the weight of the city above from crushing the workers. To help them do their jobs, the bricklayers use long-handled tools to tamp the mortar between the bricks and level the top of each brick. Their hands are usually covered in mortar, which makes their job even more challenging. Despite the dirty work, the bricklayers take pride in their work, and they work hard to make sure each tunnel segment is finished as quickly as possible as the tunnel progresses. More and more shafts are sunk to provide access for the workers and to bring in the materials needed for construction. The bricklayers work in the light of multiple lamps, working quickly and precisely. Each brick must be placed exactly right. The slightest variation in the curve of the arch could weaken the entire structure. In the dim oil lamplight, you can see the sweat on their faces and the dirt smudged into their skin. They work in silence for the most part, communicating through small gestures and the kind of wordless cooperation that develops among craftsmen who have worked together for years. Meanwhile, deeper in the earth, the miners are using explosives to blast through solid rock. The air is thick with smoke and the smell of cordite. The miners are covered in grime from head to toe, their clothes torn and dirty. Their faces are grim with concentration as they set the charges and then flee to safety before the explosion. You can hear the roar of the blast as the ground trembles beneath your feet. Back at the shaft, the muckers are busy unloading the debris from the carts and wheelbarrows. They pass the material to the hod carriers, who take it up to the surface. As the hod carriers climb the ladder, carrying their heavy loads, you can see how cramped and dark it is in the shaft. The air is thick with dust and the smell of sweat. Many of the workers are out of breath by the time they reach the top. It's hard, dirty, dangerous work, but someone's got to do it. The hod carriers are an important part of the team. Without them, the tunnel couldn't be built. Suddenly, the air grows stale and heavy. You can feel the temperature rising around you. Then you hear it, the unmistakable sound of dripping water. It's just a few drops at first, but soon the sound grows louder. You look up and see a small stream of water trickling down the side of the tunnel. The miners are cursing under their breath. They know that water is the worst thing that can happen in a tunnel. Not only does it make the work harder, it can also be deadly. The air is thick with moisture and the smell of wet earth. The workers move quickly to try to stay ahead of the water, but it seems like no matter how fast they work, the water is always there waiting for them. The water is seeping in from the sides of the tunnel. It's flowing across the floor, making everything slick and slippery. The workers have to be careful not to slip and fall. The water is also making the air heavy and difficult to breathe. The workers are struggling to stay awake and alert, and you can see the exhaustion on their faces. The dripping water is a constant reminder of the danger that surrounds them. If the tunnel collapses, the water will rush in and drown them all. There's a sudden commotion at the tunnel entrance. A group of men are running toward you, their faces pale and their clothes torn. They're shouting for everyone to get out of the way. There's been a breakthrough. Water is rushing into the tunnel and they need to get everyone out as quickly as possible. You join the other workers in making a mad dash for the ladder, scrambling over each other in the cramped space. You can hear the roaring of the water as it pours into the tunnel. Once you reach the surface, you can see that the ground around the shaft is soaked and muddy. The workers are drenched and exhausted, but they're safe. For now, you look back down the shaft and see the water pouring out. It's like a waterfall, except instead of clear water, it's brown and murky. Can't see the bottom of the shaft anymore because the water has risen so quickly. The workers are starting to talk in hushed voices, shaking their heads in disbelief. Some of them are angry, cursing the bad luck that has befallen them. Others are scared, wondering what will happen next. You can tell by their expressions that they've lost something valuable, maybe a friend or a colleague. Maybe they've even lost part of themselves. You don't know for sure, but you don't need to. You can feel their pain in your own bones. The breakthrough has destroyed days or even weeks of work. The water has filled the tunnel and washed away the bricks that lined it. The workers have to start over from scratch. It will take time and effort to clear the water and rebuild the tunnel. But the workers are a resilient bunch. They're used to setbacks like this. They'll pull themselves together and get back to work. They know that London's depending on them. The platform is still and silent. The only sound is the drip, drip, drip of water echoing in the vast darkness. You stand there for a moment, taking in the strange beauty of this subterranean world. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the brick walls. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and stale waste. You think about the thousands of people who are working down here in the dark, building the sewers that will keep London clean. They're doing dangerous, difficult work, but they're also creating something beautiful. The sewers are a feat of engineering and a testament to the human spirit. The air is thick with dust and the stench of stale waste. Each step sends tiny pebbles skittering across the rough-hewn floor, echoing in the oppressive silence. Overhead, a single bare bulb casts long shadows that dance with every swing of the pickaxe. You cough, the sound swallowed by the darkness. This is what lies beneath London, a labyrinth of tunnels and sewers hidden beneath the bustling streets, a testament to human endurance and innovation. It's here deep in the heart of this subterranean world that we meet our hero Joe, an ordinary man with an extraordinary job. As one of the few mole workers left in London, Joe has chosen a dangerous and lonely existence, dedicating his life to carving out the bowels of the city, literally. But what drives a man to live such a secluded existence? And what is life like in the darkest depths of London? It's not easy being a mole worker. Long before the invention of modern tunneling machines, the task of digging and reinforcing the city's sewer system fell to these men, the moles. Armed with little more than picks and shovels, they would enter the earth and stay there for months at a time, slowly excavating the dirt and rock, tamping down the soil behind them with their backs and fitting bricks into the walls of the tunnels they had carved out. It was hard, dirty, dangerous work, and many men either gave up or died trying. Of the remaining moles, some came to enjoy their unique lifestyle, finding camaraderie in the tight-knit community of fellow moles. For others, the isolation drove them mad, developing an agoraphobia of sorts, unable to cope with the cramped quarters of the tunnels. For Joe, though, the work is a way of life, something he's known since childhood. Growing up in London, he'd heard the stories of the Great Exhibition, and the cholera outbreak, how the disease spread through the city's inadequate sewer system, taking thousands of lives. He'd seen the progress made with the new sewers being built, how they were transforming the city's sanitation and public health. When the opportunity arose to become a mole worker, Joe jumped at it, eager to play his part in shaping London's future. His colleagues are a motley crew of characters, each with their own quirks and habits. There's old Tom, grizzled and scarred from years of working in the tunnels, whose hands are permanently stained with the red earth he's dug through. Then there's young Billy, barely out of his teens, who dreams of a different life but feels trapped by his circumstances. And then there's Joe, stoic and determined, focused on the task at hand. They work in silence, their only company the rats that scurry through the tunnels. The air is heavy with the smell of stale waste, and the sound of dripping water echoes in the darkness. Time passes slowly, measured only by the progress they make through the earth. The work is backbreaking, dangerous, and isolating. Many men have lost their lives in these tunnels, crushed by falling earth or drowned in unexpected pockets of water. Others have simply gone insane, unable to cope with the darkness and solitude. But the men press on, driven by the promise of a better life, both for themselves and for the city they're helping to transform. But perhaps most challenging of all is the simple psychological difficulty of working in an environment so removed from natural light and fresh air. These men spend their entire working day in an artificial world of lamplight and shadows, of brick-lined tunnels that all look remarkably similar, of air that tastes of clay and dampness, and the smoke from oil lamps. Some develop a form of underground claustrophobia, an inability to work in the confined spaces that the job requires. Others seem to adapt completely, becoming as comfortable in the tunnels as they ever were on the surface. The work proceeds slowly, measurably. A good day might see 10 or 15 feet of tunnel completed, excavated, lined with bricks, and fitted with the iron pipes that will carry the sewage. Bad days, when cave-ins occur, or when unexpected water is encountered, might see no progress at all, or even the loss of previously completed work. But gradually, over months and years, the network takes shape. The main sewers, large enough for a man to walk upright through, snake eastward beneath the city. The branch sewers, smaller but still substantial, collect waste from entire neighborhoods and carry it to the main lines. Local sewers connect individual buildings to the larger system, creating a comprehensive network that will eventually serve every building in London. This vast network of tunnels is more than just a feat of engineering. It's a lifeline for the city, carrying away the waste that would otherwise choke its streets and waterways. It's a silent guardian against disease and pestilence, a shield that protects the lives and health of millions. As the tunnels grow more extensive, the challenges only increase. Water is the most persistent problem, seeping through the earth and threatening to flood the works. The men must dig constantly, making sure that the pumps can keep up with the flow. But water is not the only danger. The earth itself caves in, burying the moles in dirt and forcing them to dig their way out to safety. Then there are the dreaded blowers, pockets of foul air that can suffocate a man in seconds. The moles must rely on their instincts and experience to navigate these deadly hazards and keep working. It's a constant battle against the elements, and the moles are often exhausted by the time they finish their shifts. The physical toll is immense, but the psychological toll is just as great. Many men have lost their sanity while working on the sewers, unable to cope with the darkness and isolation. The flickering light of the oil lamp is their only companion, and the darkness outside the circle of light is their constant enemy. It's a lonely, thankless job, but someone has to do it. In the end, it's the quiet moments that are the worst. The silence is deafening, broken only by the drip of water and the scurrying of rats. There's no music or laughter down here. There's only the endless task of digging and the knowledge that you're alone in the dark. But despite the danger and the difficulty, the moles keep working. They have a job to do, and they know that someone has to do it. They may be out of sight, but they're not forgotten. Every now and then, a shaft is sunk from the surface to the tunnel below, bringing up fresh air, food, and water. When a new tunnel is completed, there's always a celebration, a moment of triumph in the darkness. Above ground, most Londoners are only dimly aware of the great work proceeding beneath their feet. They see the construction sites, the piles of excavated earth, the temporary disruptions to traffic and normal life. But the true scale of the project, the complexity of the engineering, the human cost in terms of danger and hardship remains largely invisible. Yet the work goes on, driven by the sweat and muscle of these unseen heroes. In the end, the tunnels are completed and the city is transformed. The sewers are a silent testament to the power of human endeavor, a reminder that even in the darkest depths, hope and progress can be found. And as for Joe, well, he continues to work in the tunnels, finding satisfaction in the knowledge that he's playing his part in shaping the future of London. He may be an unsung hero, but to the people of London, he and his fellow moles are truly worth their weight in gold. So the next time you walk the streets of London, take a moment to appreciate the unseen world that lies beneath your feet. The sewers that carry away the city's waste and the men who built them. The moles who delved into the darkness to bring light to London. Thank you for watching. As we move into the late 1860s, the Great Sewer is nearly complete. It is now 21 miles long, 100 feet wide at some points, running under many of London's main thoroughfares, carrying off 30 million gallons of wastewater every day. And most important of all, it works. As the last sections are being built, the results of this great experiment in sanitation begin to speak for themselves. In 1866, cholera strikes London for what will be the last time. By midsummer, 19 people have died. At the end of July, the epidemic will claim 3 more victims. That's it. London has not seen such a small outbreak of cholera in decades. There are other epidemics after this, outbreaks of smallpox and a great typhoid epidemic in the 1870s. But nothing like the repeated onslaughts of cholera that have devastated the city in the past. In fact, London has just enjoyed its best year yet in terms of public health, and the Great Sewer is the reason why. The Thames remains far from pristine. There are still piles of domestic and industrial waste in the river, and there's still sewage overflows from the combined sewer and stormwater drains pouring raw wastewater into the Thames, especially during heavy rains. Even so, the river is much cleaner than it has been in a very long time. The stench of the river doesn't completely disappear. It's still noticeable, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was, and it's not constant. It's only really bad when there's a heavy rain or a high tide, and it's much less bad in the summer months. So Londoners are able to breathe the air of their own city without constantly fearing for their health. It's hard to overstate how significant this is. London is one of the world's largest cities, and for most of its history, its citizens have lived in a state of semi-perpetual poisoning. Now, for the first time, they can go about their lives freely. The consequences of this are everywhere to be seen. At the beginning of 1867, the Board of Trade reports that London's death rate has fallen significantly. It's lower than it's been since the board began compiling statistics. Other cities, seeing these results, begin to pay close attention. Engineers and city planners visit London to see the new sewer system for themselves. Many of them will try to replicate what London has done in their own cities. London becomes a model of modern sanitation and public health. But if Londoners are breathing cleaner air, drinking cleaner water, and enjoying better health, why don't they seem any happier? It's because they don't know what has caused these improvements. They do know that their stinky and dangerous river has gotten a little less stinky and dangerous. But they don't understand the full scope of the changes that have occurred beneath their feet. They can't possibly know that London has been radically reshaped below ground. From the beginning of the project in 1859, the work has proceeded along multiple fronts, along the length of the river, under streets and across under the railway lines and through the heart of London's financial district. There are dozens of work sites going at once, each one of them busy and noisy and dusty, each one of them producing the same product. Brick-lined tunnels with flat, sloping bottoms designed to carry away the filth of London. All this work has been overseen by Joseph Bazalgette, who has set up his headquarters at the Westminster Bridge Works site. It's here where the main force of his efforts has been directed, because it's here where the most complicated engineering has taken place. This is where the 3 main outfalls meet together. These are the giant inverted U-shaped channels that carry the wastewater out from the city. Each one is about 4 miles long, lined with brickwork, so thick that men can walk on the roofs of the tunnels. These outfalls carry the wastewater far enough downriver, so that it woe and be carried back into the city by the tides. These days, the whole system feels even larger than Bazalgette intended, and that's because the workforce has grown in size. When the work started, there were maybe 2,000 men working on the project. Now, there are closer to 5,000. This workforce grows rapidly as the 1860s go on. A lot of the workers are Irish immigrants, and they come to London hoping for steady employment on the new sewer. Their numbers swell the population of London's slums, but their labor is helping to clean those slums up. On the average, they make about £25 a year, which is decent money. They live in crowded boarding houses, often with 6 men to a room. They work in gangs led by overseers, and they follow a strict schedule. Every gang does the same task every day. Some of them are digging new tunnels. Others are laying bricks, or hauling waste away, or inspecting completed sections of the sewer. Most of the men work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. The job is dangerous and dirty, and the death rate among the workers is high. They lose men to collapsing tunnels, to falling bricks, to the disease and cholera that still ravage London. But the show goes on, and the work gets done. Work continues on the river walls as well, raising them higher and making them thicker to keep the river from seeping into the tunnels. And work proceeds on the pumping stations. There are 5 of them, and each one is equipped with 2 or 3 large beam engines, the kind used in factories to pump water. These beam engines are powered by furnaces burning coal, and they drive pistons that pump the sewage along. The pumping stations are at Abbey Mills, at Greenwich, at Putney, at Hammersmith, and at Mogden. The last 4 are named for the rivers that feed them. And the largest pumping station is at Abbey Mills, right where the 3 main outfalls converge. Here, 21 huge Cornish beam engines pump the contents of London sewers out into the river. And that's how, bit by bit, London is sanitized. None of them really know it. They just get on with their lives. One evening in May of 1867, William Cubitt comes out of his office in Westminster Bridge Yard and walks toward the river. He pauses to watch a pair of barges being lowered into the water. They're empty now, but soon they'll be filled with the sewage of London and they'll float out to sea. Cubitt has worked on this project for 8 years now, and he's proud of what he has helped to accomplish. In another month, he'll be finished with the project, and he can start work on the new Metropolitan Railway, the first underground railroad in the world. But tonight, he just wants to take a stroll. He walks along the riverbank until he reaches Chelsea, where he sits down on a nearby bridge to watch the sunset. Behind him, the work continues on the sewer. Men are laying bricks, operating steam shovels, digging tunnels. But Cubitt doesn't hear any of that. He knows the work will continue whether he's here to watch it or not. He closes his eyes and thinks about the future of London. What will this great city look like in another 50 years? How will it have changed? Well, he thinks there will be fewer hills in central London. The river will have been lowered. Buildings will be taller and closer together. But what else? How will London have changed? When he opens his eyes, the sun is gone and the sky is dark. He stands up and begins to walk home. His mind is still thinking about the future. He's an engineer, so he thinks about big things, bridges and railroads and aqueducts. But sometimes he thinks about the way people's lives are shaped by the environment around them. He thinks about the smells of London, how the fog and smoke have made people's lives difficult and shortened their lives. He thinks about the River Thames, how the filth of London has poisoned the river and killed countless people. And he wonders if anything can be done about it. He's been working on this project for 8 years now, and he's learned a few things. He knows that London's sewers and aqueducts were never good enough to handle the population they were supposed to serve. He knows that London's streets were too narrow and overcrowded. He knows that London's houses were badly built and poorly ventilated. And he knows that the smoke and fog from London's industries and its fireplaces were killing people. He's not sure what the answer is. Maybe London needs to be rebuilt from scratch. Maybe all it needs is a few more aqueducts and sewers. What he does know is that he doesn't have all the answers. And for the first time in his career, he's okay with that. He's reached the end of his own personal journey, and he's about to embark on a new one. William Cubitt was right about some things and wrong about others. London would change dramatically in the next 50 years. Streets would get wider, and the buildings would get taller. But the biggest changes would happen below the city, where London would become the first modern city with a comprehensive underground infrastructure. The sewers would be joined by gas mains and water pipes by telegraph cables, and later by electric lines, by subway tunnels and underground railways. London would become a subterranean metropolis, and it would all start with the Great Sewer. It would take another half-century before the connection would be made between the city above ground and the city below. But by the 1890s, Londoners knew that whatever was happening in the darkness beneath their feet, it was making their lives better. By the mid-1860s, Joseph Bazalgette, was deep into his work building London's great sewer system, a half-century after the start of the project. And now, the results were beginning to speak for themselves. For centuries, Londoners had known cholera epidemics that would fill the streets with the dead and leave thousands more too sick to work. But in the summer of 1866, there were only 14 cases of cholera reported in the entire city. 2 years later, fewer than 20, not zero, but close enough that people began to wonder if cholera had finally lost its hold over London. Or they might have seen the number of people dying from bad air, the suffocating fogs, and the stench of the Thames. Those things were getting less common, too. London was still far from squeaky clean. The Thames remained polluted, and the air quality wasn't exactly pristine, but it was getting better. People who lived in the river valley and had to pass through the filthy air on their way home from work could feel the difference immediately, especially during the hot summer months. In 1866, one observer noted that the air in the city had become purer, and that the foul odors of the river were not so offensive as formerly. In fact, there were rumors that the river smelled sweet. In reality, of course, the Thames was still stinking, but it was just enough of an improvement that Londoners could notice. What Bazalgette and his colleagues had accomplished was nothing less than transforming London. They had taken what was probably the filthiest city in Europe and made it, well, not quite so filthy. But more important than any particular improvement in the health or longevity of the average Londoner was the way the sewer system changed London's sense of itself. By the late 1860s, London was widely understood to be a modern city, a city that knew how to take care of its own. That was the message London wanted to convey when it hosted the 1862 International Exhibition in Hyde Park. The Crystal Palace, they called it. 19th century World's Fair showcasing the latest technologies and innovations from around the world. There were exhibits from Belgium and France and Germany, sure, but London boasted the largest display of all, including, appropriately enough, a model of the Great Sewer System. By the 1860s, London was widely understood to be a modern city, a city that knew how to take care of its own. London's sewer system was the key to that reputation. The completion of such a massive and complex engineering project demonstrated that London possessed the knowledge and the determination to solve even the most overwhelming urban problems. London established itself as a leader in municipal engineering and urban planning, a model that cities around the world studied and tried to imitate. At the same time, the sewers created a new relationship between surface and underground London, a city above ground and a city below ground. London was the first modern city with a comprehensive underground infrastructure, a hidden network of tunnels and pipes that made modern urban life possible. Of course, other cities had sewers, but London's was unique in scale and scope. A geometrically planned network designed to keep the city clean and healthy. Other cities would follow London's lead in this regard, too, constructing vast underground networks of sewers and aqueducts and other utilities. But again, London was first. Very few people ever saw the completed system, much less appreciated its full extent. Even the workers involved in constructing the sewers didn't really know how big the system was, not until it was done. But everyone benefited from them. Everyone except, of course, those whose houses got torn down to make room for the construction. But they were a small minority. While there were grumblings along the way, Londoners overwhelmingly supported the project. By the time it was finished, they were proud of it. As Londoners basked in the glow of their city's accomplishment, they likely took it for granted that the effort would continue. The original plan called for 135 miles of sewers at a cost of £1.2 million. By the end of 1867, London had spent more than twice that amount of money on 260 miles of sewers, and the project was uneven finished yet. So it shouldn't have been surprising when the City Council decided to expand the plan in 1868. They added another 21 miles of sewers at a cost of £233,000. London was committed to solving its dirty water problem once and for all. When you see a sewer grate on the sidewalk, do you ever stop to think about how big it is? You can look at the dimensions of the typical Victorian-era manhole, though, and try to wrap your mind around that. The average width was about 3 feet. The average depth about 20 feet. A round opening like that could just barely fit a horse in, and it would be hard going for the horse, too. Yet these narrow shafts descended 60 feet or more into the earth, sometimes through solid rock. That's about 2 times the height of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. These vertical shafts were connected by long horizontal tunnels, some of them nearly 20 feet high, that ran under the streets of London. Londoners didn't think much about the sewers once they were covered over, but when they did think about them, they usually admired them. Many people visited the construction sites just to get a look. London published engravings of the work as a kind of civic art. Imagine walking down a street in London in the 1860s and seeing men drop a whale from a crane onto the street below. You might be startled at first, but then you'd realize that London was making progress on its sewers. The first thing those workers would do was excavate a large pit in the street. Then they would lower a crane into the pit using a system of ropes and pulleys. Next, they'd attach the crane to a whale, one of those cylindrical weights used for ballast in ships, and then they'd lift the whale out of the pit. Then they'd de-hook the whale onto a set of pulleys that ran along a track laid down the center of the street. Finally, they would pull the whale along the track and lower it into the nearest manhole. From there, it would be pushed along the tunnel by a pair of workers using long hooks. In this way, the workers placed hundreds of tons of weight deep under the streets of London without hauling a single bucket of dirt to the surface. The whales represented an ingenious solution to a tough technical problem. And there were plenty of other tough technical problems to solve. Joseph Bazalgette worked on the London sewers from the very beginning, and he saw firsthand the enormous challenges of the job. When he took over as chief engineer, he faced a city that seemed determined to resist his every move. After all, London was already a famously dirty city, and anything that threatened to change that was liable to meet with fierce opposition. Londoners complained bitterly about the noise, the mess, and the danger of the construction. And many members of Parliament feared that the project would bankrupt the city. But Big Salad rejected those arguments. He knew that the project would be expensive, but he also knew that the alternative was unthinkable, a city that continued to choke on its own waste. Much of the resistance to the sewers came from Londoners who stood to lose something if the project went forward. Landlords who worried about the safety of their property values, shopkeepers who feared losing customers during construction, homeowners who knew that their houses would be demolished to make room for new sewers. But Bazalgette and his crew didn't let those fears stand in their way. They forged ahead with the project, confident that it would succeed. To accomplish that, they needed to mobilize resources on an unprecedented scale, coordinate the efforts of thousands of workers, and solve technical problems that had never been solved before. In 1859, Bazalgette wrote that the works comprised altogether 82 miles of sewers, ranging in their size from 3 feet to 15 feet in diameter, 13 pumping stations, and 184 manholes, which involved the excavation of 45,000 cubic yards of earth and the laying of 55,000 cubic yards of brickwork. That represents a huge amount of labor, and there were days when the sewers ran out of bricks. Those days coincided with strikes by London's bricklayers, who wanted higher wages. But Bazalgette managed to keep the construction going, often by bringing in workers from outside London to replace the striking bricklayers. London's sewers grew longer and larger throughout the 1850s. But Bazalgette and his team weren't satisfied with simply digging bigger and longer tunnels. They wanted to make the sewers more efficient as well. The early sewers relied on gravity to move the sewage along, but as the city grew, the engineers realized they needed to build pumping stations to move the sewage from one part of the city to another. It was a complicated process. It involved building large brick chambers and installing stationary steam engines, boilers, connecting rods, plungers, and valves. The steam engine would drive a plunger that would force the sewage through a valve and into a pipe. But the operation couldn't rely solely on gravity. The engineers built a series of weirs and overflows to prevent the sewage from backing up. There were countless obstacles to overcome. Natural disasters like floods and droughts, mechanical failures, explosions and accidents, strikes and public protests. But the project never stopped, not for long anyway. Every day Londoners woke up and made their way to work, dropped the children off at school, went to market, walked in the park, attended a performance in the theater, played a game of cricket, sat on a boat on the Thames, and drank in the beauty of London's greatest engineering triumph. They probably didn't think about the invisible hand that was shaping their daily lives. the way the sewer system transformed London, but that transformation was real. By the late 1860s, London was unrecognizable from the city that had existed in the 1840s. Today, we're going to go back in time and explore the sewer system that made it all possible. We hope you enjoyed this episode of Digits. If you want to see more of our work, you can check out our channel or subscribe to our newsletter. Thanks for watching. When I was younger, my dad used to take me on these adventures, exploring London at night. We'd walk around looking for interesting statues and monuments, because during the day they can get lost in the crowds. But at night they stand out, proud and mysterious, telling stories about the past. This was where I first learned about Magnus, the man who made London. Magnus, born in 1814, had a vision of a healthy London. And he believed that the key to this was getting rid of the waste, both human and industrial, from the river. He thought that the only way to achieve this was to create a giant sewer system under the city, so that all of the waste would be carried away and treated before it could pollute the river. At the time, this was a radical idea, but Magnus didn't care about that. He just knew that he had to do it, so he started digging. He and his team dug over 30 miles of tunnels by hand, and they created a system that would carry waste away from the city center and out to the sea. The tunnels were lined with bricks and designed to be so strong that they would last for centuries. They also built pumping stations to move the waste along, as well as filters to clean the water before it was released back into the river. When the project was finished in 1865, London was a much cleaner place. The river was clearer and the air was fresher. People no longer had to worry about the smell of waste, and the risk of disease from contaminated water was greatly reduced. Magnus and his team had created a legacy that would save countless lives and make London a much better place to live. And this is how we got the sewers of London. Today, the great sewers flow silently through their brick-lined tunnels, carrying away the waste of 3 million people. Most of us don't give them a second thought, just flush the toilet and forget about it. But without them, we couldn't live in a city like this. London is a vast and sprawling metropolis, home to over 9 million people. It's a global hub for finance, culture, and trade, and it's one of the most visited cities in the world. But it's also a city that's constantly evolving, growing, and changing. Just a few decades ago, it was a very different place. The population was much smaller, the buildings were older, and the economy was less developed. But today, it's a modern and dynamic city that's at the forefront of everything from financial innovation to cultural diversity. It's amazing to think that just a few generations ago, London was a much quieter and slower-paced city. Back then, people would have traveled by horse-drawn carriage rather than tube or bus. The streets would have been much narrower, and the buildings would have been much closer together. There would have been far fewer people living in London, and the city wouldn't have been nearly as busy or bustling as it is today. The economy wasn't nearly as developed, and the city wouldn't have been nearly as wealthy or powerful as it is today. London has changed so much in such a short amount of time, it's hard to imagine what it will look like in the future. But one thing's for sure. It will continue to grow and change in ways that we can't even imagine yet. But amidst all this growth and change, there's one thing that's remained constant: the sewers of London. They were built over 150 years ago, and they were still carrying away the waste of millions of people every single day. That's why it's so important to remember Magnus and his team, the men who made London's sewers. They were pioneers who had the vision and the guts to take on one of the biggest challenges of their time. They created a system that's still in use today, and they saved countless lives in the process. Without them, London wouldn't be the thriving metropolis it is today. They also remind us that some of the most important things in life are often hidden from view. We don't usually think about the sewers when we flush the toilet, but they're there, working silently to keep our city clean and healthy. It's easy to take them for granted, but we should never forget the people who built them or the vital role they play in our lives. As I walk through the old parts of London, you can help but feel a sense of wonder at the thought of what it was like when Magnus and his team were building the sewers. What was it like to dig those tunnels by hand? What were the challenges they faced, and how did they overcome them? I also wonder what London would be like today if they hadn't built the sewers. Would the city be as clean and healthy? Would it be a nice place to live? These are just some of the thoughts that run through my mind as I explore the city. But they also a reminder of the importance of remembering those who came before us and the contributions they made to the world. Magnus and his team of engineers weren't famous people. They were just ordinary men who had a vision of a better future for London. But their work had an extraordinary impact on the city and its people. And that's why it's so important to remember them. Today, London is a vibrant and diverse city, and it's home to people from all walks of life. It's a place where cultures come together, and where people from all over the world can come to study, work, or simply visit. But it's also a city that faces its fair share of challenges, from inequality to pollution to climate change. But despite these challenges, Londoners are optimistic about the future of their city. They know that London is a place that values diversity, creativity, and hard work. And they're confident that the city will continue to thrive in the years to come. As I walk through the city, I see evidence of this optimism everywhere. I see young entrepreneurs setting up businesses, artists creating new works, and communities coming together to tackle social issues. I also see the efforts being made to make London a more sustainable and environmentally friendly city. From the new green spaces being created to the investment in renewable energy, Londoners are taking steps to protect the environment for future generations. Of course, there's still a long way to go, but the commitment to making a difference is clear. As I look to the future of London, I feel inspired by the people I meet and the projects I see. London is a city that's constantly evolving and changing, but it's also a city that's rooted in its history and its values. And that's what makes it such a unique and special place to live, work, and visit. Whether you're a lifelong Londoner or just visiting for a while, there's always something new to discover and explore in this amazing city. So next time you're in London, take some time to appreciate the history, the culture, and the people that make this city so great. And don't forget to look out for the hidden gems that make London truly special. You never know what you might find. So let's raise a glass to London, a city that's constantly evolving, but always worth exploring. Thank you for watching. The story so far? Our last correspondent left us in the heart of London on a foggy winter evening in 1878. We saw the stark contrast between the opulent world of the wealthy and the harsh realities faced by the working class. And we witnessed the determination of those fighting for change in an era of rapid industrialization. But there was more to the story, a world unseen beneath the cobblestones, a world of secrets and whispers where the shadows held more than just darkness. As the fog began to lift slightly from the streets of London, and the hidden world beneath the cobblestones continued its silent work, let your attention drift now to a very different corner of the same city, a world where time moves to entirely different rhythms, where the concerns of daily survival that drive the clockmaker's trade and the underground workers' labors seem as distant as events on another planet. Picture yourself ascending the front steps of a substantial townhouse in Belgravia, one of London's most fashionable districts. The year is still 1878, the same winter evening we've been exploring. But here the fog seems softer, filtered through the warm glow of gas lamps that cast pools of welcoming light onto well-maintained sidewalks. The air itself seems different here, cleaner, quieter, carrying the faint scent of coal fires burning in well-tended fireplaces rather than the dense, acrid smoke that hangs over the industrial districts. The house itself speaks of prosperity achieved and carefully maintained over generations. 4 stories of cream-colored stone with tall windows framed by heavy curtains that allow only glimpses of the warm interior lighting. The front door is painted a deep, glossy black with brass fittings that gleam even in the gaslight, polished daily by servants whose presence is felt everywhere, but who remain largely invisible to the family they serve. Inside, you find yourself in the study of Mr. Edmund Thornfield, a gentleman of independent means whose grandfather made his fortune in the India trade, and whose father invested it wisely in railway shares and government bonds. At 53, Edmund has never worked in the sense that the clockmaker, or the sewer workers, or even Charles Dickens would understand work. Instead, his days are filled with what he would call responsibilities, the management of his investments, his correspondence with other gentlemen of similar standing, his involvement in various charitable and social organizations, and the endless round of social obligations that define life in his circle. This afternoon, as the short winter day fades toward evening, Edmund sits in his study, surrounded by the particular luxury of abundant time. The room itself is a testament to the careful accumulation of comfort over decades. floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes, most of which he has actually read. A massive mahogany desk that belonged to his father and grandfather before him. Deep armchairs upholstered in burgundy leather that bears the gentle patina of years of use. And most prominently, no fewer than 6 clocks of various sizes and styles, each ticking with its own precise rhythm. A grandfather clock in the corner sonorously chimes 4 times, its resonant tones echoing through the large room. On the mantel above the fireplace, a smaller clock with a white enamel face and ornate gold hands indicates the hour is just past 4. A carriage clock on the desk holds its own steady beat, its brass frame glinting in the firelight. On the wall, 2 chronometers hang beside a ship's wheel, their circular faces offering silent companionship, finally perched on the edge of the desk. A single small watch with a silver dial keeps time with the relentless tick-tock of a spring-driven mechanism. Edmund himself, however, seems oblivious to the symphony of time around him. He is absorbed in a book, his brow furrowed in concentration as he reads. His appearance is unremarkable, even in the flickering firelight. He is of medium height, with thinning hair, the color of wheat, and a neatly trimmed beard. His eyes, behind their round spectacles, are sharp and intelligent, but also shrewd. The clothes he wears are well-tailored, but not ostentatious, reflecting a man of means who understands the value of understated elegance. As he turns the page, a log shifts in the grate, sending sparks spiraling up the chimney and momentarily illuminating the room in shades of orange and red. In that brief flash, a 3rd clock appears in the room, a curious object that until now had gone unnoticed. It stands on a side table beside the fireplace, partially obscured by the curtains. Its face is hidden in shadow, but as the flames dance and flicker, its outline becomes clearer, revealing an ornate pocket watch with hands that move counterclockwise. For a moment, its presence feels out of place in this sanctuary of wealth and comfort, like a forgotten relic from a world that intrudes upon Edmund's carefully crafted existence. In this world, time is a river flowing steadily, carrying with it the weight of tradition and the promise of prosperity. It's a world where the gears of industry turn in the distance. But here in this haven of polished wood and comfortable silence, they might as well be frozen in place. Here, the only threat to the status quo is the passage of time itself, stealing away the vigor of youth and inching them closer to the cold embrace of eternity. Yet time, it seems, has a way of intruding even into the most secluded corners. As if sensing Edmund's thoughts, the grandfather clock chimes again, this time 5 times. He closes his book, a faint frown creasing his forehead. The intrusion is unwelcome, a discordant note in a life governed by routine and order. Time in this sheltered existence is not just a tick-tock on the clock. It's a constant reminder of life slipping away. He rises from his desk, his joints protesting slightly, and walks over to the mantelpiece. With a sigh, he brushes aside the curtains, allowing more light to flood the room. But as the firelight dances on the enamel surface, he notices something unusual. In the faint glow, the clock's hands appear to have stopped. Not just stopped, but moved backward, circling the dial in a direction they shouldn't. He reaches out, his fingers hovering over the ornate frame, as if seeking an answer from its motionless gaze. Then, as if awakened from a dream, he draws back his hand and turns away. He doesn't want to disturb it, not because he fears the clock itself, but because of what its silence implies about the passage of time. About the life he's lived, and about the future that stretches before him, uncertain and uncharted. There are other clocks in the room, their steady ticks a reassuring counterpoint to the silence of the mantelpiece. But even their rhythmic ticking seems to take on a new urgency. They're not just marking time anymore. They're measuring it, each second a precious drop in the hourglass of his life. Edmund knows, like all men of his time and station, that life is fleeting. But in this moment, the knowledge hits home with a force that shakes him from his usual complacency. He returns to his desk, mechanically opening a letter, the words blurring before his eyes. The world outside may be changing, but in his sheltered life, time seems to have stood still. That is until now. The grandfather clock chimes again, this time 6 times. It's a sound that carries a weight of finality, a punctuation mark at the end of a sentence. As he looks around the room at the array of clocks, each telling a different story, he realizes that time is not a luxury he can afford to ignore. He must choose how to spend the remaining hours of his life, how to fill the spaces where duty ends and desire begins. Outside, the fog may still cling to the city, but within the walls of this Belgravia townhouse, a storm is brewing. A turmoil of emotions and thoughts that threaten to shatter the fragile peace. The old life he's known for so long is dying, and he finds himself on the threshold of an unknown future. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the story, please consider liking the video and subscribing for more historical tales. Until next time, remember, time is a river that flows relentlessly forward, carrying with it the debris of the past and the promise of the yet to come. These are all details from the opening chapter of a historical novel set in Victorian England, and they all describe clocks or watches or the act of telling the time. What might this detail suggest about the story or the society it's depicting? What can we learn about the culture of the Victorian age simply by paying attention to how characters tell the time? How do the ways in which characters mark the passage of time reveal something deeper about the world they inhabit? And how does the act of telling the time relate to the structure of novels themselves? In the 1840s and 50s, London was transformed by the arrival of the railway, the telegraph, and the public clock. These new technologies radically altered the way time was experienced, perceived, and measured. When industrialization began to transform British society, there was no agreed-upon way of measuring time. Clocks were slow and inaccurate. Timetables were often ignored. Schedules were suggestions rather than commands. But with railways, it became necessary to develop accurate and reliable methods of measuring time. Broadly speaking, there were two ways to measure time in Victorian England. There was the traditional way, which was highly localized and determined by the sun, and there was the new way, which attempted to impose a more standardized and scientific system of measurement. In the country, people would rise early and retire early, dictated by the natural light of day. Farmers judged the progress of the day by the position of the sun. Factory workers followed a rhythm dictated by the factory whistle. The Industrial Revolution made it necessary to abandon the traditional system in favor of a more scientific one. People began to divide their days into 24 hours, then into minutes and seconds, and they coordinated their schedules with the ringing of bells and the striking of clocks. By the end of the century, timetables were everywhere, and the consequences of ignoring them could be severe. You might miss your train, lose your job, or even be killed by a runaway omnibus. To participate fully in Victorian life, you had to master this new way of telling time, but not everyone did. The rural poor, servants, artisans, small shopkeepers, and prostitutes still lived according to the old regime. Their days were irregular, unpredictable, and generally shorter than those of the middle class. They didn't need clocks or timetables because they didn't work in factories or ride on omnibuses. They worked by ear, eye, and instinct. For them, time was fluid and flexible, and this gave them a freedom that the middle class could only envy. Of course, this was not always easy or desirable. Women who worked as domestic servants often found themselves regulated by the clocks of their employers, and a growing body of legislation sought to regulate the activities of the urban poor. The most famous example is the Factory Acts, which limited the hours of work for women and children in factories. But these laws were rarely enforced, and many people continued to live outside the regime of the clock. This is why the way our narrator tells the time is so interesting, because he doesn't really tell the time, at least not in any conventional sense. He owns 3 clocks, 1 long case clock, 1 bracket clock, 1 table clock, plus a number of pocket watches, but he never actually consults them to tell the time. Instead, he lives according to the rhythms of his own body and the demands of his social obligations. He wakes up at 8 o'clock, not because he needs to be anywhere at a particular time, but because it's a good hour for a gentleman to wake up. He eats breakfast at 8:30 because that's what gentlemen do. He reads the morning paper because it's a part of the ritual of breakfast. Not because he's particularly concerned with current events. This is not to say he's ignorant of the news, but he doesn't rely on newspapers or clocks to tell him what time it is. Instead, he lives according to the dictates of his class and the customs of his time. He is immune from the pressures of clock time because he is at the top of the social hierarchy, and because he's independently wealthy, he can afford to ignore the clock. In other words, he can afford to tell the time his own way. But this immunity is fragile. At any moment, he could be pulled back into the regime of clock time. If he misses the 8:30 train, for example, he might be late for an important engagement. If he spends too much time writing a letter, he might miss an appointment. If he neglects his business affairs, he might lose money or influence. Even though he owns several clocks, he is still subject to the discipline of clock time. It's a discipline he largely resists, but it's always there in the background. It's threatening to disrupt the rhythms of his life. There's a wonderful passage that describes him walking around London, observing the city and its inhabitants. He walks down the Strand, past the Royal Opera House, along the Embankment, over Westminster Bridge, where he stops to admire the view of the Palace of Westminster and Big Ben. He notices the traffic, the noise, the crowds, and he feels a sense of detachment and superiority towards the people he sees. He is an observer of the city, but he is not a participant in its life. He is not constrained by the same rules that govern their behavior. He is not subject to the same pressures of time. He is also a collector of clocks, and this detail reveals something about his character and his values. He's not interested in the practical applications of timekeeping. He doesn't need a watch to tell the time or an alarm clock to wake him up. He's interested in clocks as objects, as works of art, as symbols of order and civilization. He appreciates the beauty and complexity of these machines, but he doesn't need them to function in order to value them. In fact, he seems to prefer broken clocks, clocks that don't tell the time accurately or reliably. He finds beauty in their imperfection. This detail suggests that he's a man out of time, a man who has somehow escaped the tyranny of the clock. He's not governed by the same rules as everyone else. He's free to pursue his own interests, his own pleasures, his own understanding of the world. But this freedom is precarious. At any moment, he could be pulled back into the regime of clock time. And the novel as a whole seems to be aware of this possibility. The plot revolves around the threat of a new technology, the electric telegraph, which threatens to disrupt the rhythms of life in Victorian England. If the telegraph is allowed to penetrate the countryside, it will destroy the peace and tranquility of rural life. If it's allowed to penetrate the city, it will destroy the anonymity and freedom of urban life. The novel imagines a world without the telegraph and without the clock, and it suggests that such a world would be unthinkable, unimaginable. But it also suggests that such a world would be desirable, a place where people could tell the time their own way. I want to finish by talking about the structure of the novel itself. Like Edmund, the narrator, the novel unfolds according to a rhythm that's governed by the demands of its form. The novel opens with a description of a typical day in the life of a gentleman. It's a day that's governed by the routines and rituals of aristocratic life. The day is long, leisurely, unstructured, full of ambiguity and suspense. As the day progresses, however, the novel introduces new characters, new complications, new conflicts, and the pace of the narrative quickens. By the end of the day, the story has reached a climax, and the reader is eager to know what happens next. The novel as a whole, in other words, is structured like a single day in the life of a gentleman, and that day is structured like a novel. It's full of incidents, complications, surprises, discoveries. It begins with a sense of calm and order, and ends with a sense of chaos and disorder. And the reader is carried along by the momentum of the story, just as the characters are carried along by the demands of their own lives. The novel is, in effect, a clock, and the reader is its prisoner. We turn the pages and the story moves forward. We can't go back, not even if we wanted to. We can't stop, not even if we needed to. We are trapped in the clockwork of the narrative, and there is no escape. In the realm of literature, there exists a captivating subgenre that revolves around a singular, seemingly mundane aspect of a character's life. Their writing desk, while it may appear as a mere backdrop or a symbol of their profession, the writing desk often holds profound significance within the narrative, serving as a window into the very soul of the character who graces it with their presence. This focus on the writing desk allows readers to gain insight into the intricate workings of a brilliant mind, unveiling the personality, habits, and even the moral compass of the individual it belongs to. But why is it that writers hold such fascination with these inanimate objects? What is it about the writing desk that makes it such a compelling subject for literary exploration? To understand the allure of the writing desk in literature, we must first recognize its symbolic value as a representation of the creative process itself. For many writers, the desk becomes a physical manifestation of their intellectual labor, a tangible surface upon which ideas are generated, refined, and ultimately brought to form. It is here at the desk that the raw materials of imagination and intellect are transformed into the finished product, be it a novel, a poem, or a treatise. By focusing on the desk, writers can invite readers to witness this alchemical process firsthand, to observe the tools and trappings of creativity in action. Furthermore, the desk serves as a boundary between the writer and the outside world, creating a sense of intimacy and immediacy for the reader. It is a space where the writer is most vulnerable, exposed, and utterly themselves. By allowing us to peer over the writer's shoulder, so to speak, we gain access to their most private thoughts and creative struggles. We see the messiness of the creative process, the discarded drafts, the indecipherable notes, and the countless revisions that go into producing a single work. This immediacy creates a sense of connection between the reader and the writer, fostering a deeper appreciation for the work that ultimately emerges from this solitary endeavor. The writing desk also functions as a repository of the writer's history and identity. It is a surface that bears the marks of time, use, and personal touch. The patina of age. The scratches and dents tell a silent story of the writer's journey, their triumphs, their failures, and their growth over the years. The desk becomes a silent witness to the evolution of the writer's mind, a physical embodiment of their intellectual and creative journey. Moreover, the desk often reflects the writer's personality, taste, and even their moral compass. The objects that adorn it, the books that crowd its surface, the papers that overflow its drawers, all speak to the writer's interests, passions, and values. It is a reflection of their unique perspective on the world, a window into the kaleidoscope of their mind. Consider the iconic image of Sherlock Holmes's Baker Street study, complete with its cluttered desk, overflowing with books, papers, and scientific instruments. This setting not only establishes Holmes as a brilliant detective, but also offers a glimpse into his eccentric personality and insatiable curiosity. Similarly, the image of Jane Austen's writing desk, tucked away in a quiet corner of her family home, evokes a sense of the personal sacrifices and societal constraints she faced as a female writer in the 19th century. Through these intimate details, we connect with these literary giants on a more human level, recognizing their struggles, their joys, and the unique circumstances that shaped their creativity. But what does it say about us that we find such fascination in these inanimate objects? What is it about the idea of the writing desk that captures our imaginations and stirs our emotions? Perhaps it is in the solitude of the desk that we find solace, a quiet sanctuary amidst the chaos of everyday life. In a world that often feels overly connected and relentlessly demanding, the image of the writer at their desk evokes a sense of peace and tranquility. It reminds us of the beauty and power of solitude, the space to think, create, and reflect without distraction. Moreover, the writing desk invites us to pause and appreciate the simple act of putting pen to paper, of crafting words and forming sentences one stroke at a time. An age of digital communication, where messages are sent and received in an instant, the deliberate, almost meditative process of writing becomes all the more precious. It is a reminder of the value of slowness, of taking the time to express ourselves with care and intentionality. To further explore this fascinating topic, I encourage you to consider the writing desks of some of your favorite literary characters. How do they reflect the characters' personalities, professions, or the historical period in which they live? How do they contribute to the overall atmosphere and themes of the story? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Now let us delve into the life of a fictional character by examining his writing implements and the ritualistic quality of his writing. His writing implements are as carefully chosen and maintained as his clocks. His desk holds several pens, steel-nibbed pens that he prefers for most correspondence, but also quill pens for more formal documents or when he wishes to achieve a particular effect. His ink is of the finest quality, kept in a heavy glass inkwell that was a gift from his father. His writing paper bears his family crest and is ordered from a stationer who has served the family for 3 generations. The act of writing itself has a ritualistic quality. Edmund settles into his desk chair, adjusts his writing materials, and then begins the careful process of crafting his thoughts into the precise, measured language that his education, and social position require. His handwriting is beautiful, the product of years of instruction and practice, but it's also slow, deliberate, and physically demanding in a way that modern writing is not. Each letter must be formed carefully, each word considered for its appropriateness and effect. A typical letter might begin with inquiries about the recipient's health and family, proceed through news of mutual acquaintances, touch on current events or books or ideas of mutual interest, and conclude with expressions of regard and hopes for future correspondence or meetings. The entire process of composing, writing, and reviewing a single letter might take an hour or more, making correspondence a significant part of any gentleman's daily routine. But this slow, careful approach to communication serves purposes beyond mere information exchange. The letters Edmund writes and receives are part of an elaborate social network that maintains connections across vast distances and long periods of time. They're a way of preserving relationships, participating in intellectual and cultural conversations that extend far beyond his immediate physical environment, maintaining his place in a social system that spans continents and generations. This passage paints a vivid picture of a man deeply embedded in his routines and rituals. His desk, his pens, his ink, his paper. They're not just tools for writing, they're extensions of himself. They shape and reflect his thoughts, his personality, and his place in the world. Notice how the author takes us through the process of writing, not just by describing the tools involved, but also by showing us the act of writing itself. We feel the weight of each letter, the care with which he forms each word. It's not just about putting pen to paper. It's about expressing himself with precision and intentionality. One of the things that stands out about this passage is the contrast between the physical act of writing and the social world it inhabits. On the one hand, there's the slow, deliberate process of crafting a letter, the physicality of it, where each stroke of the pen forms a connection between the writer and the paper. On the other hand, there's the social world that this writing inhabits, the expectations and constraints of his social position, the need to maintain connections across vast distances. It's this tension between the physical and the social, private and the public, the individual and the collective, that makes the act of writing so compelling. As we read this passage, we're invited to slow down, to appreciate the beauty of the written word, but also to reflect on the social world that shapes and constrains the act of writing itself. It's a reminder that every stroke of the pen carries with it a weight of history, tradition, and expectation. It's a reminder that every letter we write is not just a piece of communication, it's a piece of ourselves. So the next time you sit down to write, whether it's a letter, an email, or a journal entry, take a moment to appreciate the history, the tradition, and the beauty of the written word. Appreciate the tools you use, the paper, the pen, the ink, and the way each stroke of the pen connects you to the vast network of human communication that has come before you. And as you write, remember that every letter you form is not just a mark on a page, it's a piece of yourself that will outlive you. If you enjoyed this exploration into the world of a writer, I invite you to check out more of my content. Thank you for joining me on this journey through literature, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Till then, keep writing, keep reading, and keep exploring the endless wonders of the written word. As the morning progresses toward noon, the sounds of London filter through the heavy curtains and solid walls of the house. But they seem muted, distant, almost theoretical. The clip-clop of horses and the rumble of cartwheels become a kind of urban soundtrack, present but not intrusive. The city exists outside, certainly, but it doesn't impinge on the carefully constructed environment of domestic tranquility that money and social position have created. The hands on the mantel clock indicate that it is time for lunch. Edmund rises from his chair, stretches his legs, and walks over to the window to pull back the curtain and admit a little light into the room. As he does so, he takes in the view before him, the well-kept garden of his neighbor, the iron railings that separate their properties, the quiet street, the distant rumble of traffic. In this moment of contemplation, he feels a sense of satisfaction with his life, with his place in society, with the order and structure that surrounds him. This is a feeling he has cultivated over many years, a feeling that is the product of habit, custom, and the conscious effort to maintain a certain way of life. It is a feeling that has been hard-won, that has required sacrifice and discipline, and that now comes easily. Lunch is served at 1 o'clock in the dining room, a more formal meal than breakfast, despite being consumed alone. Edmund enters the dining room and pulls out his chair. The table is properly set with a white linen tablecloth, fine china and silver, each object placed with precision. On the table sits a single red rose in a crystal vase, a splash of color against the white and silver. The menu for the day consists of a single item, grilled sole with mashed potatoes and green beans. As he eats, he reads the newspaper, following the latest news of the British Empire. The stock market, international diplomacy, local politics. He eats slowly, savoring the flavors, appreciating the textures, enjoying the warmth of the food on a cold winter's day. He finishes his meal, folds his napkin and places it on the table, signals to the butler that he is finished. The butler clears the table, removes the dishes, refills the water glass. Edmund leaves the dining room and returns to his study. He resumes his reading, settling back into the comfortable chair. The fire, the light, the ticking clock. The afternoon stretches before him, open, empty, full of potential. He will read for a few hours, then take a short walk before returning home for tea. And as the afternoon progresses, that's exactly what he does. He reads, immersing himself in the text, exploring new ideas, expanding his knowledge, satisfying his curiosity. He takes notes in the margins of his book, underlining key passages, jotting down his thoughts, making connections, building his understanding. The fire burns low, so he adds coal to keep it up. The light fades, so he lights a lamp to keep it going. The clock ticks, marking the passing time, reminding him of his mortality, urging him to make the most of his life while he can. At about 4 o'clock, he hears the butler announcing tea. He rises from his chair, stretches his legs, and walks to the window to watch the street below. The gas lamps are lit, casting a warm glow on the houses and the people below. The traffic is heavier now, the air colder. Winter is settling in, but inside the house, it is warm and comfortable. He pulls the curtains, signaling that he is ready for tea. The butler enters the study, pours the tea, places the tray on the table, lights the candles, arranges the sandwiches and cakes, adds fresh flowers to the centerpiece. Edmund joins the butler in the dining room, admires the table setting, appreciates the effort that has gone into preparing this special treat, and then he sits down to enjoy the best part of his day, the finest moment of his existence. For Edmund, this is a sacred ritual, a pause in the relentless march of time, a chance to savor the present moment, to appreciate the simple pleasures of life, to feel grateful for all that he has been given. He dips his finger in the honey pot, tastes the sweetness on his lips, closes his eyes, breathes in the aroma of the tea, opens them to see the flickering candle flames, listens to the ticking clock on the mantelpiece, watches the shadows lengthen on the wall. He knows that this moment will pass, that soon he will be back in his study, back in his routine, back in his quest for knowledge and understanding. But for now, he is content to be here, to be alive, to be experiencing all of this. He picks up a sandwich, tastes the savory flavors on his tongue, feels the soft bread against his teeth, notices the tiny details, the perfect balance of salt and pepper, the delicate crunch of the cucumber, the richness of the egg, the freshness of the lettuce. He eats slowly, mindfully, appreciating each bite, each flavor, each sensation. He sips his tea, feels the warmth spread through his body, relaxes his shoulders, closes his eyes, breathes deeply. Lets go of all tension, all anxiety, all worry. He knows that he is lucky, that he has been given much in his life, that he has worked hard to earn this moment of peace. In quiet, that he deserves this moment of rest and relaxation, that he is worthy of this moment of pure enjoyment. The minutes pass, the candles burn low, the shadows grow longer, the fire fades, the kettle whistles. The clock strikes 5. It is time to end this ritual, to return to his duties, to resume his quest for knowledge and understanding. But as he does so, he carries with him the warmth of the tea, the taste of the cake, the sound of the clock, the light of the candles, the memory of the moment, the knowledge that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found, that even in the coldest of days, there is always warmth to be shared, that even in the loneliest of moments, there is always company to be kept. So he goes back to his study, back to his book, back to his life, feeling refreshed, renewed, ready to face whatever challenges may come his way, knowing that he has something to hold on to, something to look forward to, something to believe in. Let me know in the comments below what you think Edmund would do next. What book was he reading? Why does he like to read? How does he spend his evenings? What does he do for fun? What is his secret vice? What is his greatest fear? What is his fondest memory? What is his biggest regret? Let your imagination run wild. Let your creativity flow. Let your love of stories guide you. You never know where your ideas might lead you. You might just discover something about yourself, about others, about the world. So write your story, share your vision, be part of the community. Perhaps the most striking aspect of Edmund's day is how completely it insulates him from the temporal pressures that drive the lives of others in the same city. While the clockmaker in Clockenwell works against the tyranny of failing eyesight and insufficient light, while the sewer workers labor in conditions that make every hour dangerous, while Charles Dickens walks the streets in search of the human stories that drive his fiction, Edmund exists in a bubble of temporal privilege that allows him to experience time as pure duration, rather than as a scarce resource to be hoarded or a pressing demand to be met. His clocks don't remind him of deadlines or appointments or the urgent needs of survival. Instead, they provide a kind of acoustic decoration, a pleasant background, to activities that have no purpose beyond his own pleasure and cultivation. The steady ticking creates an atmosphere of permanence and stability, a sense that time is something to be savored rather than endured, something that exists in abundance rather than in short supply. This temporal luxury extends to every aspect of his daily routine. He eats when he chooses to eat, not when hunger or necessity demands. He reads at his own pace, not according to deadlines or external pressures. He writes letters when the mood strikes him, not because urgent business requires immediate attention. He sleeps when he feels tired, wakes when he feels rested, and organizes his days according to personal preference rather than external demands. This newfound temporal freedom has profound consequences for Edmund's inner life. Freed from the tyranny of the clock, he is able to cultivate a rich inner world of contemplation, daydreams, and memories. While the external world churns with the ceaseless motion of industry and commerce, Edmund's mind moves at its own pace, following whatever path captures his interest or fancy. Time, which had previously been a source of stress and anxiety, now becomes a wellspring of tranquility and delight. In this inner world, time flows not in the relentless, unidirectional manner of the external world, but in a more cyclical and fluid way. The past is not something to be left behind, but rather something to be carried within, a source of wisdom and insight. The future is not something to be rushed towards, but something to be contemplated leisurely, a realm of possibilities to be explored at one's own pace. In the present moment is not something to be constantly striving to improve or extend, but simply something to be savored and enjoyed. Freed from the tyranny of the clock, Edmund is able to inhabit this inner world fully, to lose himself in the richness of his own thoughts and feelings without the nagging awareness of time slipping away. He can afford to linger over a particularly beautiful passage in a book, to dwell on a vivid memory, to contemplate a philosophical idea without feeling the need to hurry up or move on to the next thing. In this state of tranquil inner freedom, Edmund is able to experience a profound sense of connection with himself, with his own thoughts and feelings. He is no longer swept along by the currents of the external world, but is able to navigate his inner world with a newfound sense of agency and control. He is able to explore his own depths without the distractions of external demands and obligations. And in doing so, he discovers a richness and complexity within himself that he had never known before. Freed from the tyranny of the clock, Edmund is also able to experience a profound sense of connection with the world around him. He is no longer in a hurry to get somewhere or do something, and is able to appreciate the beauty and wonder of the present moment. He takes long walks, savoring the feel of the sun on his skin and the wind in his hair. He lingers over his meals, appreciating the taste of each bite, listens to the birds singing and the flowers blooming, and he watches the clouds drifting lazily overhead. In these moments, he is fully present in the world, experiencing it with a sense of openness and wonder that is characteristic of childhood. Freed from the tyranny of the clock, Edmund is also able to experience a profound sense of connection with other people. He is no longer constrained by the rigid schedules and routines that govern the lives of most people in the industrial age, and is able to spend time with others in a relaxed and spontaneous way. He has long conversations with friends, catching up on their lives and sharing their joys and sorrows. He makes new acquaintances easily, drawn together by shared interests and laughter. And he is able to nurture his existing relationships without the demands of time and distance getting in the way. Overall, this newfound freedom from the tyranny of the clock brings a profound sense of peace and contentment to Edmund's life. He is no longer tormented by the relentless ticking of the clock, nor does he feel the need to conform to the rigid schedules and routines of the industrial age. Instead, he lives a life guided by his own internal rhythms. A life in which time is not a constraint, but a source of tranquility. It's a wellspring of creativity and a catalyst for deep human connection. And yet, despite this idyllic portrait of Edmund's life, there is a nagging question that persists. What is the cost of this temporal luxury? How is it possible for one man to live so completely divorced from the temporal pressures that govern the lives of everyone else? The answer, of course, lies in the very structure of the society in which Edmund lives. For Edmund to be able to live a life unconstrained by time, someone else must live a life entirely constrained by it. The temporal privilege that allows Edmund to savor the present moment, to dwell in the richness of his inner world, and to connect deeply with himself and others is made possible by the invisible labor of those who are subject to the relentless tyranny of the clock. The industrial machinery that drives London's relentless tempo is powered by the bodies of men and women who have no choice but to live their lives according to its dictates. They are the ones who must wake up before the sun, who must work long and dangerous hours, who must constantly strive to meet the demands of time. Their days are filled with the clatter of machinery and the haste of production, leaving little or no time for contemplation, creativity, or human connection. For them, time is a scarce and precious commodity to be hoarded and carefully rationed, not something to be savored and enjoyed. It is a brutal reality that underpins the possibility of Edmund's idyllic day, a reality that is all the more brutal for being invisible to him. Moreover, Edmund's temporal privilege is not just a product of the society he lives in. It is also actively maintained by it. The social norms, expectations, and rituals that govern his life ensure that he remains insulated from the temporal pressures that govern the lives of others. They ensure that he continues to live in a world of his own making, a world in which time moves at his own pace and bends to his own will. It is a form of social insulation that allows him to maintain his distance from the harsh realities of industrial life, realities that would shatter the fragile bubble of tranquility and delight that surrounds him. Despite the stark contrast between Edmund's life and that of the industrial workers of Victorian London, there are some intriguing parallels. Both groups exist in worlds governed by time, but they experience time in radically different ways. The workers experience time as a tyrant, a relentless and oppressive force that dictates their every move and leaves them with little or no room for individual agency or expression. Edmund, on the other hand, experiences time as a source of tranquility and delight, a wellspring of creativity, and a catalyst for deep human connection. Both groups also inhabit distinct social worlds. The workers are confined to the harsh realities of industrial life, while Edmund is insulated from these realities by his social privilege. Yet despite these differences, there is a sense in which both groups are equally trapped by the demands of time. The workers are trapped by the relentless tyranny of the clock, while Edmund is trapped by the equally relentless demands of his social world. Ultimately, the story of Edmund's day is a story about the many faces of temporal oppression. It is a reminder that while some may experience time as a source of creativity and delight, others experience it as a tyrant that leaves them with little or no room for individual agency or expression. It is a challenge to those who inhabit worlds of privilege and comfort to recognize the temporal sacrifices that make those sacrifices possible and to work towards a more equitable distribution of time and its benefits. As the evening deepens and the fog thickens outside his study windows, Edmund settles into his favorite chair with a book and a glass of port, surrounded by the quiet luxury of abundant time and unlimited choice. The fire burns steadily in the grate, the clocks tick their regular rhythm, and the outside world retreats to a comfortable distance. Even in this environment of perfect temporal privilege, however, There are reminders of the broader world beyond his study walls. The fog that drifts past his windows is the same fog that makes the Clockmaker's work more difficult, that muffles the sounds of the underground construction, that provides cover for Charles Dickens' nighttime explorations. The coal that burns in his fireplace comes from the same mines that fuel the city's industrial engine. The very comfort and security of his domestic environment depends on the labor of countless others. The servants who maintain his household, the workers who produce the goods he consumes, the vast network of trade and industry that generates the wealth that supports his leisure. The clocks that provide such pleasant accompaniment to his evening are the products of craftsmen, like the Clockmaker and Clockenwell, men who spend their days in conditions of eye strain and cold discomfort to create the precision instruments that Edmund appreciates as objects of beauty and symbols of order, the infrastructure that brings gas to his lamps and water to his taps and removes his waste depends on the underground workers, who labor in darkness and danger to maintain the hidden systems that make urban life possible. These connections, however, remain largely invisible from within the comfortable bubble of gentlemanly existence. Edmund experiences the benefits of industrial civilization, the precision clocks, the gaslighting, the efficient waste removal, the abundant goods and services, without having to confront directly the human costs involved in their production. His temporal privilege insulates him not just from the pressures of economic necessity, but from awareness of the conditions that make his comfortable existence possible. The extent to which Edmund's consciousness is shaped by his privileged relationship to time becomes particularly evident when he reflects on the nature of wealth itself. For Edmund, wealth is not merely a means to acquire material possessions or to secure one's economic well-being. Rather, it is fundamentally about the acquisition of time. Through his financial success, Edmund has bought himself the luxury of abundant time, allowing him to indulge his passions, pursue his interests, and enjoy life at his own pace. He recognizes that this privilege is not afforded to everyone, but he might not fully appreciate the extent to which his social class and economic standing contribute to this disparity. In Victorian England, the Industrial Revolution had created a stark contrast between the opulent lifestyles of the upper classes and the harsh living and working conditions of the working classes. While Edmund enjoys the freedom to pursue his personal interests, the lives of many are dictated by the relentless demands of the industrial machine. The working classes are trapped in a cycle of poverty and drudgery, their days filled with the monotonous tasks of factory work or other manual labor. They have little control over their schedules and are subject to the whims of their employers. The passage of time for them is marked not by leisurely pursuits, but by the ringing of factory bells and the ticking of the clocks that dictate their work hours. This stark contrast between Edmund's experience of time and that of the working classes highlights the ethical implications of industrialization. While the Industrial Revolution brought about significant technological advancements and economic growth, it also resulted in the exploitation of workers and the widening gap between the rich and the poor. Edmund, as a member of the upper class, benefits from the system that perpetuates these inequalities, and his consciousness of time reflects this privilege. The disconnect between Edmund's life and the realities of industrial society is further emphasized by the significance of certain dates and events. For example, while Edmund might observe the new year with a sense of personal renewal and hope for the future, for many working people, the turn of the year brings little change. Their lives continue to be marked by the same hardships and struggles as before. Similarly, royal jubilees and other public celebrations are grand spectacles that Edmund can attend with amusement and detachment. However, for the masses, these events often coincide with periods of economic downturn and hardship. The cost of participating in public festivities is borne disproportionately by those who can least afford it, and the authorities' focus on maintaining order and security during such events can result in the suppression of dissent and the curtailment of civil liberties. Once again, the passage of time exposes the stark realities of inequality and injustice that pervade Victorian England. Despite the prevalence of poverty and hardship, the Victorian era was also a time of significant cultural and intellectual ferment. New ideas and movements emerged that challenged the status quo and sought to address the social and economic inequalities of the time. For instance, the rise of utilitarianism as a philosophical and political doctrine reflected a growing concern for the welfare of all members of society. Utilitarians like John Stuart Mill argued that the purpose of government was to promote the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people. This perspective offered a critique of the prevailing social order, which so often disregarded the suffering and oppression of the working classes in pursuit of economic growth and individual prosperity. Similarly, the emergence of socialist and communist ideas in response to the injustices of industrial capitalism represented a radical challenge to the existing power structures. Thinkers like Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels analyzed the dynamics of class struggle and the exploitation of workers under industrial capitalism, calling for a more equitable distribution of wealth and power. For Edmund, however, the allure of progress and the promise of a better future lie primarily in the realm of personal advancement and material comfort. He appreciates the conveniences and luxuries that industrial civilization brings, such as gaslighting, efficient heating systems, and an abundance of consumer goods. These innovations enhance his quality of life and reinforce his belief in the benefits of modernization. At the same time, he might remain largely oblivious to the social and ethical issues surrounding industrialization. The plight of the working classes, the working conditions in factories, and the environmental consequences of rapid industrial growth are concerns that exist largely outside his frame of reference. This limited perspective reflects not only the privileges of Edmund's social class, but also the potential pitfalls of unfettered economic progress. In his consciousness of time, there is a disconnect from the experiences and struggles of those who are most affected by industrialization, but whose voices are often marginalized or ignored. As the evening draws toward its close and the great clock in the corner begins to chime 11 o'clock, Edmund prepares for bed with the same ritualistic attention to detail that has governed his entire day. His valet assists with the removal of his formal clothes and the donning of his nightwear. His bed has been warmed with a copper warming pan. His nightclothes have been laid out precisely, and his bedroom has been prepared with the same attention to comfort and order that characterizes every aspect of his domestic environment. These final moments of the day highlight not only Edmund's comfortable lifestyle, but also the intricate social structures and economic realities of Victorian England. The presence of a valet underscores Edmund's social standing. Domestic servants were a common feature of upper-middle-class households during this period, providing essential support and allowing the wealthy to maintain their desired standard of living. The fact that Edmund's bed has been prepared with a warming pan indicates the importance placed on personal comfort and the resources that can be devoted to ensuring it. The attention to detail in his surroundings reflects Edmund's appreciation for order and the values of the middle-class ideal. As he retires for the night, the passage of time continues to shape Edmund's consciousness. The cyclical nature of day and night, the approach of another new year, and the looming presence of royal jubilees all serve as reminders of the rhythms of life in Victorian England. For Edmund, these temporal markers are interwoven with personal routines, economic expectations, and social obligations. The constraints and rituals associated with the passage of time shape his consciousness, even in the privacy of his own home. In the intimate space of his bedroom, as Edmund drifts off to sleep, the sounds of the city gradually fade away, leaving him enveloped by the quiet luxury of his own thoughts and dreams. The rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the corner echoes softly, a constant presence throughout his day, now accompanying him into the realm of slumber. The final chime fades into the background as Edmund's consciousness begins to drift, carrying with it the weight of his privileged existence and the echoes of a day well lived. Thank you for watching. When we think of Victorian London, we tend to imagine gaslight shimmering on a sea of fog, the clatter of horse-drawn omnibuses on cobblestone streets, the toot of early steam locomotives echoing across the rooftops. These sights and sounds are iconic, and they conjure up a compelling image of the era. But while these elements certainly contributed to the atmosphere of the period, there's a danger in fixating solely on them. If we only see and hear what was visible and audible in the hustle and bustle of London, we risk overlooking the many unseen dimensions of the city that were essential to its vibrancy and its survival. What was the unseen infrastructure that supported this bustling metropolis? How did the rhythms of life in London change at night? How did the city's varied inhabitants experience time and space differently? But even as he settles into sleep, the clocks continue their steady ticking, marking the passage of time through the night hours when the city's rhythms shift to different patterns. The clockmaker in Clockenwell finally rests from his day of close work. The underground workers continue their dangerous labor in the tunnels. Beneath the streets, and Charles Dickens perhaps begins another of his nighttime walks through the fog-shrouded city. The temporal worlds of Victorian London continue their separate existences, each governed by different rhythms, different pressures, different relationships to the mechanical measurement of time. But all of them exist within the same city. All of them contribute to the vast complex organism that is metropolitan life. And all of them depend on the hidden infrastructure and visible labor that makes such a concentration of human activity possible. As sleep finally comes to the comfortable townhouse in Belgravia, the fog continues to roll through the streets outside, muffling sounds and softening the harsh edges of urban life, creating the atmospheric conditions that have made London's winters legendary. And somewhere in the distance, barely audible above the ticking of expensive clocks, the great bells of the city strike the hours, marking time for all of London's inhabitants, rich and poor, visible and invisible, above ground and below. In 1867, an author published a description of London at midnight in the pages of Once a Week. He paints a vivid picture of the city after dark, but also offers a glimpse of some of the people who worked when everyone else was asleep. The streets are empty except for the carts of the night soilmen who emptied the privy vaults. In the houses, the servants are in bed or watching over their employers in the drawing rooms. Most Londoners were asleep, but some kept vigil, both above and below the city. A busy thoroughfare like the Strand is utterly deserted, or if it has any desirables upon it, they are so few and far between as to render them invisible. In the business part of the town, the only signs of life are to be found in the dimly lighted workshops of the few mechanics and engineers whose night work adds to the noise and smoke of the day. All along the line of the river, the wharves are gay with colored lights. Here and there, a ship is being unladen, and in the warehouses, the work goes on as in the day. Not far off, in the city road, a party of young gentlemen are just quitting a house after spending the evening in devotion and prayer. Their steps are silent, for they tread the soft carpet of the street without a sound. On they go till they reach the corner of Goswell Street, where they disappear in the gloom. The author describes the various tradespeople who worked at night. Watchmen paced streets and alleys, and the night air was thick with the smell of stale urine from the many public houses and private houses which possessed no other convenience. Then there were the night soil men who collected the excrement from the privy vaults in the houses, necessary but unpleasant task. Horse-drawn carts carried away the spoils to barges which took them down the river to be dumped into the Thames. The work was dangerous because of the narrow, winding lanes, but also because the night soil men were often attacked by robbers who coveted their loads, sometimes contained small valuables that people had carelessly thrown into the toilets. The night soil men were not the only ones working in the darkness. A whole world existed beneath the streets of London, one full of tunnels, sewers, and basements. This subterranean city was made of brick and earth, wood and iron, and it sustained the lives of thousands of workers who toiled in obscurity and grime. Working underground could be extremely dangerous, and accidents happened frequently. Workers were killed by collapsing tunnels, flooding, falling objects, explosions, and noxious gases. Yet despite the dangers, people continued to work below the streets of London, because they had to survive. These tunnels were not just a way to dispose of waste and transport water. They were also homes, as many people lived in the underground network, whether as squatters seeking shelter from the cold, or as workers who were employed to maintain the city's systems. The tunnels were a refuge for people escaping poverty or persecution, but they were also a place where people could make money by salvaging discarded items. The night soil men would often toss valuable items into the sewers, and people living below the streets would take what they could get. Other workers were employed by the various companies that owned the tunnels. They were responsible for cleaning out the sewers, repairing breaks, and maintaining the systems that kept the city running. At the height of summer, the stench in the sewers was unbearable, and cholera and typhoid were ever present. The night air offered little respite from the stench of London, but it did offer an escape from the crowds. For those who could afford it, strolls through the fog after dark were a fashionable pastime. Writers and artists reveled in the atmosphere and the drama of the gaslit streets, and they captured the spirit of the age in paintings and literature. Charles Dickens, the master of Victorian London, wrote, "London fog and darkness, the two are convertible terms." This famous line from the novel Our Mutual Friend perfectly captures the essence of London's most iconic feature. Fog and darkness were synonymous, and the city was known for its thick, impenetrable mists. The fog rolled in off the river and seeped into the cracks of the buildings, enveloping the city in a thick blanket. It muffled the sounds of traffic and human activity, creating a sense of isolation and mystery. The gaslight struggled to penetrate the fog, creating an eerie, otherworldly atmosphere. This was the perfect setting for the kind of atmospheric photography pioneered by authors like Dickens. Charles Dickens, the most famous writer of the Victorian age, was a keen observer of London life, and he knew how to use the city's unique features to enhance his stories. In his novels, he uses the fog and darkness to create a sense of mystery and suspense. The fog is more than just a physical phenomenon. It becomes a character in itself, representing the city's underbelly and the secrets that lurk within. One of the most famous examples is the fog in Oliver Twist. The fog is thick and impenetrable, and it serves to highlight the squalor and misery of London's slums. But it also creates a sense of suspense as Oliver navigates the dangerous streets. The darkness and fog of London played a key role in shaping the city's culture and atmosphere. It inspired writers and artists, but it also had a practical impact on everyday life. People had to be careful when they ventured out into the fog, and they often used lanterns and candles to light their way. The fog was a constant presence in London, and it was an integral part of the city's identity. The last thing we'll consider tonight is the ways in which Londoners experience time, both in the rush of the city and in the quiet of the night. Time was not experienced equally in London. Passage of time could be quickened or slowed down by social status, occupation, and location. Those who lived and worked in the bustling commercial and industrial centers of London were acutely aware of the passage of time. The relentless pace of the city seemed to demand that people hurry up and make the most of every minute. For many, this meant adopting a faster pace of life, talking and moving quickly, and making the most of limited free time. But for others, the passage of time was slower, marked by the rhythms of nature rather than the demands of the city. For those who lived in the countryside or in small towns, the days and years seemed to pass more slowly. They were able to enjoy the natural world around them and take the time to savor the simple pleasures of life. This difference in the perception of time was not just a matter of personal preference or circumstance. It was also a reflection of the different ways in which people were able to experience the world around them. Those who lived in the countryside were closer to nature and had more opportunities to enjoy the beauty of the natural world. They were also less constrained by the demands of modern life and were able to live at a more relaxed pace. As we conclude our exploration of Victorian London at night, we are left with a sense of the city's complexity and its contradictions. The city was a place of great wealth and poverty, of great energy and great squalor, of great opportunity and great danger. It was a city where the rhythms of life were fast and slow, where the passage of time was measured in different ways. To truly understand Victorian London, we must acknowledge all of these aspects of the city and the lives of its inhabitants. We must see beyond the iconic images of the gaslight and fog and appreciate the full richness and complexity of this historic city. What surprised you about Victorian London? Let us know your thoughts. If this whole traveling through time thing doesn't work out, I have a backup plan. I'm going to be a travel vlogger. Come with me now on my virtual tour of London. It's 9:30 p.m. and just after sunset. I'm taking you on a night tour of London's West End, where I am staying. This is the theater district, and the buildings here are some of the grandest in the city. But just over a century ago, these streets teemed with workers hurrying home after a long day, and the bright lights of the West End were powered by flickering gas lamps rather than electric. You'll notice that all these fine shops and restaurants are closed. That's because London observes a custom known as closing time. This isn't about drunkenness or rowdiness. It's actually a remnant of the old licensing laws that prohibited the sale of alcohol after a certain hour. These laws were intended to prevent public drunkenness and maintain order in the streets, which had become increasingly congested and chaotic as London grew. And this was especially important on Sundays, when the streets would fill with people attending church services. These days, closing time feels like an outdated relic of a bygone era. But it was and until relatively recently that it was common for people to drink. Past 10 or 11 o'clock at night, just think how many beers I'm missing out on. Oh, what the heck. I'll just add this virtual pub crawl to my bucket list. And as I stroll through the deserted streets, I find myself transported back to 1862 London. Suddenly, I hear the squeak of a mouse darting across the cobbles, the distant rumble of a horse-drawn cart, and the soft murmur of voices raised in evening prayer. A group of street vendors passes by, hawking their wares while dodging piles of horse manure. A small crowd gathers around a man playing a violin, and the sound of his music mingles with the shouts of children at play and the rumble of a passing cart. Ah, there's the friendly face I was looking for. Why do you look surprised? Did I not say I'd be back? Hello, friends. Welcome to my channel. And yes, I did promise we'd explore London during the day too. But come on. How could I resist showing you a night out on the town in Victorian London? So grab your gaslight lamp, a gas mask if you prefer, and join me as I bring you a night out on the town in London in 1862. It's about 10 o'clock, and I'm heading east towards Whitechapel, and it's getting dark. As the sun dips below the horizon, the fog begins to roll in off the river. You know, London Bridge is just over there. This thick pea soup fog is a common sight in the city, especially at night when the gaslights illuminate the mist and create a hazy glow over the streets. Now, despite the fog, the crowds on the streets haven't let up. People are everywhere. These days, most people live far away from their workplaces and travel to them by train. But many of London's poorest still live close to where they work in overcrowded tenement buildings. Walking down the street, we pass men selling chestnuts and roasted potatoes and peanuts. There's even a guy here selling coffee. I wonder if it's any good. I see people carrying lanterns and pushcarts piled high with goods. And as I navigate the crowds, I almost step on a pile of dog, cat, and other refuse left by street vendors trying to avoid the new sweeping regulations. And then suddenly I hear it, the cry of a cat. A ginger cat darts out in front of me and leaps nimbly onto a wall. And as I watch, a skinny dog with matted fur chases after it. Here in the East End, we might see more poverty, but we also see more animals than in the wealthier parts of town. I can hear the cries of street vendors, the rumble of carts, and the laughter of children playing. And I look down to see a group of boys kicking a ball around a trash-filled street. Life here in the East End may be tough, but these kids still manage to find ways to have fun. And just as I think it can't get much louder, I hear the distant boom of a cannon. And then I see him coming towards me, a man with a red beard and a blue coat covered in badges. He's one of the bobbies on the beat, the men who keep the peace in London streets. Behind him, a policeman directs traffic at the corner of the street. Together they form the thin blue line that keeps the city running smoothly. Continuing on, I reach Aldgate Pump, a public water fountain, and I see a crowd gathered around it. Well, right in the middle of this crowd stands a man holding a wooden box. He opens it and takes out a small bird, probably a canary. Then he throws it into the air and shoots it with a pistol, and the crowd gasps. Turns out this is a cock shooting, a popular pastime here in London, even though it's illegal. How rude. I want to find someplace less crowded, maybe somewhere I can sit down and relax. I hear some music and follow the sound to a tavern called the Music Hall. Inside, it's noisy and smoky. I can barely make out the figures on the stage, but I can hear the piano and the drums and the singer's voice. It's lively, upbeat music. I've heard songs like this before, often with different lyrics. They're called music hall songs, and they're hugely popular in London. These songs are cheap to produce and easy to perform, so they're often the first choice for struggling artists. In between songs, a man comes by collecting money for a penny a paper, and I think to myself, well, this place may not be much to look at, but it's got atmosphere. And I hear the sound of a fiddle and a drum, and I follow the music to the next stop on our pub crawl. We're going to go to a place called the George Inn, and this is one of London's oldest coaching inns. I mean, look at the beams overhead. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds impressive, right? Gotta say, this place feels different from the last one. It's quieter, and I can hear a group of gentlemen having a serious conversation in a back room. They look like they're lawyers, maybe judges, the kind of men who wear fancy wigs. I walk into the main room and see a group of men sitting around a table drinking beer and smoking cigars. I take a seat and feel the warmth of the room envelop me. I don't understand what they're talking about, but I can hear the words politics and reform. And I know they're talking about the government and how it should be changed. They talk about the Industrial Revolution and the changes it's brought to their lives. I listen to their conversation, and I realize that no matter what time period you're in, people's concerns are always the same. They worry about making a living, raising a family, and leaving a better world for future generations. And I feel a sense of connection with these men, even though we live in different times. We all have the same hopes and dreams for a better tomorrow. And I think, well, maybe it doesn't matter that I'm a time traveler. Maybe I'm more like these guys than I thought. It's getting late and I'm starting to get tired. I've seen the sights, heard the sounds, and felt the pulse of London at night. Now it's time to head back. As I make my way back to my own time, I reflect on everything I've seen and experienced. From the bustling crowds to the dimly lit streets, London at night in 1862 is a world unto itself. It's a place where the boundaries between light and shadow blur and where the rhythm of the city never ceases to amaze. It's late at night, but I can still hear the distant rumble of traffic, and the faint glow of streetlights filters through my window. Back in my own time, it's hard to believe that just hours ago, I was walking the fog-laden streets of Victorian London. The pace of life there seems like a distant memory, replaced by the relentless hum of modern existence. Yet the spirit of exploration and discovery remains. Just as the Londoners of 1862 navigated their gaslit streets and cobblestone alleys, we too are charting our own paths through the complexities of life. Theirs was a world of innovation and change, much like our own. And in the midst of it all, they found ways to create beauty, community, and meaning. In the heart of London, the birthplace of ideas and progress, where the echoes of the past still resonate today. Thank you for joining me on this journey through time. If you enjoyed this adventure, please leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. And if you're ready for more historical escapades, subscribe and never miss an episode. Till next time, keep exploring the past and igniting your curiosity. Cheers. So many people, so much story. There is something irresistible about stories of people going about their business in bygone eras. It's making their way through the everyday tasks and routines of life, striving for happiness and fulfillment in a world vastly different from our own. And nowhere is this more true than with the Victorian era, a period of sweeping social change, dizzying technological innovation, and stark inequality, all set against the backdrop of an industrializing London on its way to becoming the modern metropolis. But even the most fanciful tales of 19th century England couldn't help but feel a little bit empty when we do and know how to place them in the context of the city itself. And here is where the first episode of Victorian London comes in, setting the stage for the series and giving us a sense of the city itself. You're introduced to a handful of characters whose lives will intersect over the course of the series. But we meet them here, not at their places of employment or in the midst of some great social occasion, but at home on a foggy evening in the middle of their regular workday. We see them making the best of the comforts available to them, tending to their families, pursuing their hobbies, or just passing the time. In each case, we get a glimpse into the interior lives of ordinary people. However briefly, and in doing so, we start to form a sense of what life in Victorian London might have been like. Not for the wealthy elite, but for the people who made the city run. For example, we meet Edmund Thornfield, a seemingly well-to-do bachelor, who lives alone in a comfortably furnished house and spends his days pursuing his passion for clockmaking. In his comfortable study surrounded by beautiful clocks and abundant leisure, he too was grappling with questions that remain relevant today. How does one use one's time and privilege responsibly? How does one balance personal pleasure with social obligation? How does one maintain connections with others across distances and differences? How does one find meaning in a world of rapidly changing circumstances? All of these questions speak to timeless aspects of the human condition that transcend any particular historical period. But it is important to remember that these questions were also posed by people living in other times and places. People who faced different sets of challenges and opportunities than we do today. To better understand how they might have grappled with these questions, we can examine the specific circumstances of their lives, such as the nature of their work, the social norms of their time, and the physical environment in which they lived. By doing so, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the complexity of their experiences and the richness of their inner lives. In the case of Mr. Thornfield, for example, we can consider the fact that he is a successful clockmaker, a profession that requires both technical skill and artistic sensibility. We can imagine the satisfaction he derives from creating intricate mechanisms that measure time with precision and the beauty of his clocks as objects d'art. We can also consider the social conventions of the Victorian era, which placed certain constraints and expectations on his behavior as a single man of a certain age. We might wonder about the pressures he faces to marry and provide stability for his family name, as well as the societal rules governing appropriate conduct between men and women. Finally, we can take into account the physical environment in which he lives, such as the design of his home and the surrounding neighborhood, as well as the broader urban context of Victorian London. We can picture the cozy interior of his house, complete with comfortable furniture and the reassuring tick-tock of his clocks, as well as the bustling streets and fog-filled air of the city outside. By considering all of these elements, we can form a more complete picture of Mr. Thornfield as a complex, multifaceted character whose inner life is shaped by the unique circumstances of his time and place. The next character we meet is Margaret, a young woman who lives with her aunt and attends evening classes to improve her skills in shorthand writing. Her story touches on themes of female education and employment, which were hotly debated topics in Victorian England. At a time when women's roles were often limited to domestic duties, Margaret's pursuit of a career in journalism represents a bold challenge to the status quo. The series seems to suggest that despite societal pressures and expectations, she is determined to make her own way in the world. Consider the social norms and expectations placed upon women during the Victorian era. Women were generally expected to prioritize domestic duties and roles, such as wife and mother. Their access to education and employment opportunities was limited, and they often faced societal censure for pursuing careers outside the home. Explore how these constraints might have shaped Margaret's choices and motivations. What drives her to seek a career in journalism despite the challenges she faces? How does she navigate the expectations and pressures placed upon her as a woman of her time? Another aspect worth considering is the significance of Margaret's chosen profession. Journalism was a male-dominated field in the Victorian era, and her pursuit of a career in this area could be seen as a radical act of defiance against gender norms. Examine how her work might challenge societal perceptions of women's capabilities and the potential consequences she might face for pursuing such a non-traditional career path. Additionally, consider the role of education in shaping Margaret's aspirations and how her attendance at evening classes reflects the changing attitudes towards women's education during the Victorian era. How might her pursuit of knowledge and skills be perceived by others in her social circle? And what does it say about the evolving role of women in society? Finally, explore the ways in which Margaret's story intersects with the broader context of Victorian London. How does the urban environment shape her experiences and opportunities? Does the anonymity and mobility offered by city life allow her more freedom to pursue her goals? Or does the close-knit community of her neighborhood present challenges to her unconventional aspirations? Next up, there's George, a young man who works as a clerk during the day and takes on extra work as a surveyor in the evenings and on weekends. His story highlights the harsh realities of working-class life in Victorian England. The series portrays the grueling hours and low pay that characterize many working-class jobs, as well as the lack of legal protections for workers' rights. Let us delve into the specifics of George's working conditions and the challenges he faces as a worker in Victorian England. Consider the nature of his dual employment, working as both a clerk and a surveyor. How do these jobs differ, and what does it reveal about the demands and expectations placed on him? What is his choice of extra work as a surveyor? Tell us about his aspirations and priorities. Additionally, examine the portrayal of working-class life in the series. How does it capture the realities of working-class existence in terms of hours, wages, and working conditions? How do these portrayals reflect the historical context of industrialization and urbanization in Victorian England? Also, explore the lack of legal protections for workers' rights during this period and the implications for individuals like George. What are the potential consequences of workplace accidents or unfair treatment? How do these vulnerabilities shape his experiences and decision-making? Lastly, consider the ways in which George's story reflects the broader social and economic issues of the time. How does this struggle for economic security and basic rights intersect with the larger context of working-class movements and reforms in Victorian England? Does the series offer any commentary on the growing disparity between the wealthy elite and the working class? The final character we meet in this episode is John, a police officer who walks the beat in the fog-shrouded streets of London. His story touches on the challenges and complexities of law enforcement in a rapidly changing city. The series depicts the dangers and uncertainties inherent in police work during the Victorian era, as well as the moral dilemmas officers faced in their daily duties. Let us delve into the details of John's work as a police officer and the challenges he faces in carrying out his duties. Consider the nature of his beat and the specific problems he is tasked with addressing. How does the setting of London's fog-filled streets contribute to the atmosphere of mystery and danger? What kind of crimes and social issues does he encounter in his patrols? Additionally, explore the social context of policing in Victorian England. How does the series portray the relationship between the police force and the communities they serve? Is there tension or distrust between the two? Or is there a sense of partnership and mutual respect? How does John's work intersect with the broader social issues and inequalities of the time? Does he encounter any biases or prejudices in carrying out his duties? Finally, examine the ways in which John's story reflects the changing nature of policing during the Victorian era. With the establishment of a formal police force in London, how does the series depict the evolution of law enforcement from informal watchmen to a more professionalized system? What does John's experience as a police officer reveal about the challenges and complexities of maintaining order and security in a rapidly industrializing and urbanizing city? So these are just a few of the aspects worth considering as you think about the story and the setting of the first episode of Victorian London. By exploring these themes and details, you can gain a deeper appreciation for the richness and complexity of the way narrative and the historical context in which it is set. All of these lives, so different in their specific circumstances, were united by their existence within the same city. Their dependence on the same infrastructure, their participation in the same vast, complex organism of metropolitan life. The fog that drifted through their streets touched all of them equally. The sounds of the city provided a common soundtrack for their very different activities, and the great bells that marked the hours spoke to all of them in the same ancient language of measured time. As you prepare for your own rest in your own time and place, you might find comfort in this continuity, in the knowledge that the basic rhythms of human life, the fundamental experiences of work and rest, struggle and satisfaction, solitude and connection, remain constant beneath all the surface changes of technology and social organization. The specific forms change, certainly, but the underlying patterns persist, creating bridges of understanding across the centuries that separate us from those Victorian Londoners. The ticking of clocks continues, though the clocks themselves have evolved beyond recognition. The need for infrastructure persists, though the technologies have become more sophisticated. The search for human stories goes on, though the methods of telling and sharing them have multiplied. The desire for comfort and beauty endures, though the forms of both have been transformed. Let the gentle rhythm of these continuities carry you toward sleep, toward the rest that allows us to process the experiences of our waking hours and prepare for the challenges and opportunities that tomorrow will bring. In the quiet moments before sleep arrives, you might listen for the distant echo of those Victorian rhythms. The patient tick of mechanical time, the soft footsteps of the nighttime, Walker, the distant sound of underground labor, the comfortable silence of domestic tranquility. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my kingdom for a horse. These haunting refrains carried on the fog-choked winds of an industrial city. It's the story of a literal crumbling bridge, but also perhaps of a people grappling with the disintegration of old ways of life and the uncertain prospect of new ones. The song has its roots deep in 18th century England, where it likely first appeared in the ballad collection, The Beggar's Opera. But it was until the Victorian era that it became associated with the famous landmark crossing the Thames, which at that point was in dire need of repair. What better symbol could there be of an age of anxiety than the image of a great city brought low by darkness? In today's episode, we're going to explore the relationship between sound and space. These sounds, real or imagined, can serve as a lullaby for the contemporary mind. a reminder that we are part of a vast historical continuum, that our individual lives gain meaning from their connection to the larger story of human community and mutual dependence. The fog that once rolled through London's streets was not so different from the uncertainties that surround our own lives. Sleep well knowing that the steady rhythm of human effort and aspiration continues around the world and through time, that the work of building and maintaining and improving the conditions of human life goes on in countless variations, and that your own contributions to this vast ongoing project matter, even when they seem small or invisible or temporary. The clocks will continue their ticking, marking time for new generations of clockmakers and writers and workers and dreamers, each finding their own way to participate in the endless, patient work of human civilization. And in the morning, when you wake to the sounds and rhythms of your own time and place, you carry with you the quiet satisfaction of having touched something timeless, the persistent human effort to create meaning and beauty and connection in the face of all the forces that might seem to work against such creation, ticking quietly toward whatever tomorrow may bring. The fog and the furies, London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my kingdom for a horse. There are few images more evocative of the Victorian age than the thick, noxious fog that frequently shrouded London's streets, blanketing entire communities in an eerie stillness and carrying with it the threat of disease and death. In those days, before modern air quality standards and environmental regulations, the city's many factories, workshops, and coal-fueled engines belched smoke into the air, mingling with the waste and particulates from thousands of horse-drawn carts and omnibuses. Add to this the stench of the River Thames, which served as the city's sewer system, and you have the recipe for a less than appetizing cocktail of stale waste, smoke and fog. This thick soup would often hang in the valleys between London's tall buildings, trapping heat and sound alike. From 1848, when London's first police force was established, one of their primary responsibilities was to monitor and limit noise, especially at night. Street vendors and hawkers were required to keep their voices below a certain volume and were banned from sounding bells or drums. And yet, despite these measures, the nighttime sounds of London were legion. For those living or working in the bustling city center, it was impossible to escape the cacophony of activity. Carters called out to announce their arrival, a necessary precaution since most street lamps were unreliable or non-existent. The rumble of carts and the steady clip-clop of well-shod feet. Shopkeepers' deliveries echoed in the empty thoroughfares, and the calls of street vendors hawking their wares rose above the murmur of conversation. Even the river itself had its own chorus of sounds, from the splashing of watermen rowing their boats to the shouts of boatmen unloading cargo. The constant thrumming of London's nocturnal pulse quickened with the approach of midnight, a deadline after which noise became more raucous and unregulated. From 12 to 1, as the rest of the city slept, the lowest and least savory elements of society took to the streets, making merry with gambling, drinking, and fighting. For those who lived or worked in London's teeming underworld, these were the golden hours. In the dim gaslight, the city's dispossessed made their homes. Whether in the cramped quarters of tenement buildings or on the streets themselves, many of the homeless were Irish immigrants who had fled famine or sought better lives for themselves and their families. Others were Londoners born and bred, enduring the crushing poverty of industrialization and its unequal distribution of wealth. They eked out existences in the shadow of the very towers that housed their employers. But for all the grime and clamor and want, London offered opportunity as well. Those who worked in the mines, mills, or factories might earn enough to send their children to school or apprentice them to a trade. And though life was hard, it was not uncommon for young people to rise above their parents' station. Indeed, London boasted the highest rate of upward mobility of any city in the industrialized world. At the same time, however, massive inequality characterized the age. Londoners could live just blocks from people enduring unimaginable squalor, raising children who would never know the luxury of hot water or clean clothing. As the sun set over London's rooftops, those lucky enough to call an evening their own hurried home to respite from the clamor and grime. They might seek diversion in the latest penny dreadful or the cheap thrills of a music hall or retreat to the solace of family and friends. Perhaps they'd share a meal of bread, cheese, and beer, listening to the sounds of their own laughter and the nearby rumble of the city. After supper, they might attend a performance at Her Majesty's Theatre, where the gaslight cast a warm glow on velvet seats and glittering chandeliers. From the boxes, couples watched the drama unfold on stage, while street Arabs begged for food below. Or they might visit the Crystal Palace, the dazzling exhibition space from the 1851 Great Exhibition, where gas jets twinkled in the expansive glass and steel structure, casting rainbow hues across the polished floors. Inside, they could wander among the displays of industry and art, or simply stroll the extensive grounds. It was here, amid the dizzying spectacle of industrial progress, that Queen Victoria and Prince Albert first laid out their vision for the British Empire's future, an empire on which the sun never set.
All around them.
Their subjects reveled in the glories of modernity, riding on the crest of an age of innovation and discovery. And yet, even as Londoners marveled at the wonders of the modern age, they knew that shadows lurked in every corner. Across the city, miners toiled in the dark, suffocating depths below the earth. Hewing precious metals and gems from the bowels of the earth, their labor, hidden from view, powered some of the greatest fortunes of the age. On the streets above, the steady progress of the masses jostled, shoulder to shoulder, created a seemingly unstoppable tide of humanity. Surging forward, toward an uncertain future, those who lived in the slums knew all too well the fragility of the social order, the ease with which it could tip and plunge them into destitution and hunger. Even the brightest minds grappled with the implications of an age of unprecedented change, wondering whether society would crumble under the onslaught of industrialization and innovation. But even as the fog rolled in, bringing with it the threat of disease and death, Londoners found reason for hope. In the bustle of everyday life, they forged communities that sustained them through the worst. Of times in the shared laughter and tears, they discovered a common bond that transcended class and circumstance. And they found inspiration in the grandeur of the city itself, in the soaring cathedrals and the mighty bridges, monuments to human ingenuity and the promise of progress. They found solace, too, in the simple pleasures of daily life, in a shared meal, a rousing song, the reassuring clip-clop of a passing horse. For all the darkness that fell upon Victorian London, there was always light to be found, if only they had eyes to see it. So listen closely the next time you find yourself wandering the fog-shrouded streets of a city. Can't hear me now? Now listen closely. Can you hear the echoes of a bygone age? The rumble of carts and the clip-clop of horses' hooves mingle with the mournful cry of a distant foghorn and the splash of waves lapping against the river S-bank. The distant strains of a music hall, a penny dreadful's dramatic climax. The boisterous laughter of friends, sharing a supper of bread, cheese, and beer. Mother's gentle lullaby floats up from a darkened bedroom window, a counterpoint to the nighttime revelry. In the shadowed archways of a railway bridge, a group of urchins huddle together for warmth, their breath misting in the cold air. The faint glow of gaslight spills onto the cobblestones, illuminating the faces of lovers strolling beneath the Crystal Palace's vast glass dome. For a fleeting moment, time seems to stand still. You're transported back to an age of wonder and possibility, of struggle and hardship, of darkness and light. And in that moment, you understand that you're part of an unbroken chain of humanity, that the challenges and triumphs of those who came before you are your own, that the echoes of their lives resonate in your own.